The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our Commission for Independent Education meeting. Commissioner Stefano, I'm going to turn it over to you, but after the welcome session, can you send it back to me, because I'm going to go over the proposed dates so this group also gets to hear them, and I need to make a correction as well.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is Commission for Independent Education, and I am Troy Stefano, Vice Chair. Today is May 29th, 2026. Ms. Hood, could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Stefano,
Present.
Commissioner Caballero, Commissioner Litvack, Commissioner Lynn,
Present.
Commissioner Giuliano.
Present.
And Commissioner Stefano, we just had Commissioner Caballero on there. It looks like he dropped off and he is logging back in, so you can still proceed, and he should.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I saw him a moment ago. So
Give us 1 second. He is coming back in to the meeting. There he is.
welcome back.
Ms. Hood, will you call the roll call one more time for me, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Stefano,
Still here.
Commissioner Caballero,
Present.
Commissioner Litvack, Commissioner Lynn,
Present.
and Commissioner Giuliano.
Present.
All right. Now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So to our viewers, thank you for joining us this morning. This meeting has 2 viewing options, and that was presented in the pre-recorded reel that played just at the start of the meeting, and you can find details on this on the CIE website. If there's any questions, you can direct them to CIE staff. So thank you for joining us here today. At this point, I will punt back to Director Hurst so she could review the meeting dates that we voted on yesterday.
Thank you, Commissioner. So yesterday we voted on our proposed meeting dates, which start in January of 2027 and go through January 2028. Since this is a different group, I'm going to read them again and make a correction to one of the dates I stated yesterday. So the dates will be January 28th, 29th, 2027, April 1st and 2nd, 2027, May 27th through 28th, 2027, July 29th through 30th of 2027, September 23rd through 24th, 2027. The corrected date is November 18th through the 19th of 2027. Yesterday, I may have accidentally told you a Sunday-Monday combo. We will not be meeting on a Sunday. You're all very welcome. It is November 18th, 19th, and then January 27th through 28th of 2028. And I'll turn it back over to you, Commissioner.
Great. Thank you for that. All right, so we'll begin with this is section 12, informal hearing. There are two in this section. These will be taken individually, starting with Alive Health Institute number 2662. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. Good morning. I was, for some reason, not able to hear you. I am not sure if you were addressing to us or not.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Jordan Lemmy. I am the interim placement director for Alive Health Institute. I have with me William.
Good morning, good morning.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is William Moisset, the owner of Alive Health Institute.
Okay. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
All right. So
Can you
maybe
hear
I
me?
can.
This is Mark Murray, legal counsel to Alive.
Pardon me.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that because the transmission was a little garbled.
Did you hear me? This is Mark Murray, legal counsel.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, good. You can.
Great. So I'd like to ask Director Hurst if she could help contextualize this and get the
Vice
ball.
Chair Stefano, I'm sorry. Before we do that, anyone who will be testifying on behalf of the institution should be sworn in at this time.
Okay.
And then after that, I am prepared to give an introduction to this hearing if you require it.
All right. Would you mind providing me some guidance here so that I can make sure I do this correctly?
Sure. So you will ask any party who will be testifying, so it should be the two individuals who are on camera, to raise their right hand. And the text of the oath is, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay. So do I do it one at a time or can they do it?
Your preference.
All right. So if possible, for the two persons that are on the call, let's swear you in. If you could raise your right hand and state the exact phrase that was just stipulated. So do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well,
Appreciate it. So returning to my previous request, Director Hurst, do you think you could help situate the petition for informal hearing for the commission and the public?
So sure, I'll be happy to do so. So this is Alive Health Institute, who is back before you for an informal hearing. This institution appeared at the July 31st, 2025 meeting of the commission to apply for an annual license. The commission voted to deny that application. The institution filed a petition for a formal hearing before the State of Florida Division of Administrative Hearings on September 9th, 2025. We dismissed that petition with leave to amend it, and then the institution timely filed an amended petition on September 16th. So I will turn it over to our legal counsel to provide the rest of the context for this conversation.
Actually, unless there's any other questions, I think that is all of the pertinent context. Let this case serve as an illustration, if nothing else, of this commission's super abundant commitment to forbearance. This informal hearing has been continued, I think, no fewer than 3 times because of various issues. So at the January 30th meeting, the hearing was continued due to concerns regarding the veracity of the institution's submitted placement improvement plan. Thereafter, the institution submitted placement documentation for the 2023 to 24 and 2024 to 25 reporting periods, and documentation of an interim campus director. Commission staff identified discrepancies or potential discrepancies in the placement data after contacting approximately 60 listed students. The commission notified the institution of the apparent discrepancies and granted a continuance from the March meeting to this morning. On May 12th, the institution submitted a response to the apparent discrepancies, including student records that have been subsequently verified by staff. The petition, the notice of intent to deny, and all exhibits submitted by the institution and commission staff are before you, commissioners, for your consideration.
Okay. Would the representatives of the institution or Mr. Murray like to make any statements for us to consider?
Sure. Everything that that's been recited is absolutely correct, and really appreciate the commission and commission staff working with the school on these issues back and forth. It's been a long time getting here. We're glad to be here. I think bottom line for the institution, we had multiple items that were not included in the application that have subsequently been included. So at this point, the request is to please set aside the notice of intent to deny the licensure and grant the application.
All right, commissioners, discussion?
Question for the institution. I'm reading the response, the request for relief, and they include a whole bunch of improvements here. So I would just like to ask about those. Specifically, the enhanced compliance monitoring system. There is now monthly compliance review meetings. Can you tell me when the last one of those occurred, what the topics were, what you discussed at the school?
The last one occurred on April 12th, where I went to the institution and I spoke with Vilia, and I asked her, May 12th, where I asked with Vilia to provide me with the chartings of the registrations of the students so I can verify to make sure everything is well documented. So when we have audits, we can present it to the state accordingly.
And it also says you have a centralized compliance documentation system. Can you explain that system?
The centralized compliance system is how Vilia's gonna, with the Excel sheets, where every time a student is registered, they have to add it to that Excel sheet, the date the student was registered, and the class the student is taking, and the placement, when we follow up with the call to make sure they are hired and where they go to work. If they're working, we have to check they're working. If they said they're not working, we have to document they're not working and follow up also.
Okay, and that's all on Excel spreadsheets?
Yes.
Okay. It says you have enhanced student services and academic support programs. Can you summarize some of those?
The students, they help each other. when they come to the school, they have, change, how they call it, contact information where they help each other. If one find a job per se at Peak Wellness, they say, hey, Peak Wellness is hiring. If they find a job somewhere else, they will let each other, where to, go and apply, and they share those information among themselves.
Okay. All right, that was my questions. Thank you for those answers.
You're welcome.
Any other commissioners? No. So can I get the temperature of the commission on this? Commissioner Giuliano, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it seems like they've responded with some good improvements for the school. I like the answers I just heard. I would be inclined to give a second chance.
Commissioner Lin and Commissioner Caballero?
I agree. Reading the comments, I also believe going down the same path and giving the additional support or approval.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Okay. Mr. Junta, could you help me formulate a motion for capturing the direction of the commission?
Of course. So based on the conversation and the comments we have heard, I believe the motion is to grant the pending application for annual license and to issue a final order to that effect.
Okay. So I'd like to put a motion as just stated.
Motion.
Yeah,
All right.
second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for allowing us to be here and to listen to us.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
And at this time, Vice Chair Stefano, a vote should be taken. I propose to delegate to the commission chair authority to review and sign that final order on the commission's behalf.
Just a kind of housekeeping question. Is the motion that we voted on at the beginning of the last session yesterday, does that cover this, or is this still?
It does not.
It does
that
not,
motion
okay.
that motion was to grant authority to the commission chair to sign any default final orders for any institution that has not filed a timely petition for administrative hearing.
I see. Okay. So for the motion just stated, so move. Now a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Just give me 1 second. Let me gather the files here, and I apologize to the public. I am juggling 4 or 5 different documents to keep up with the different parts of this. So just 1 second. Okay.
If you would like, Chair Stefano, I am prepared to give an introduction to the next item.
Sure, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. So, Vice Chair Stefano, the next item up is an informal hearing on the pending application for annual licensure review by Rainbow Reef Instructor Development Center, located in Key Largo. The Commission previously denied this institution's application at the November 21st, 2025 meeting and issued a notice of intent to deny the application on December 16th, 2025. The institution filed a petition for informal hearing on January 21st, which the Executive Director deemed timely filed. The Commission granted the institution's request for a continuance of this matter from the March 27th agenda to this morning. Over several days in April of this year, the institution submitted documentation to address the deficiencies identified in the notice of intent. And as before, both the petition, the notice of intent, and all exhibits submitted by, of documentation submitted by the institution to commission staff, and which have been reviewed by commission staff, are before you commissioners for your consideration. And at this time, Dr. Stefano, anyone who will be testifying on behalf of the institution should be sworn in.
Okay, great. Thank you. So if you're representing the institution, would you please introduce yourself, giving your name and briefly noting your role or title with the institution?
I'm Kel Levendorf. I am the Director of Professional Development for Rainbow Reef Instructor Development Center.
And I am Josh Cohen. I work for Patty. I have been brought in to assist Rainbow Reef with documentation for the CIE doc.
Thank you for being here. I'll now swear you in. Would you please hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay. Thank you. So, commissioners, you have before you this institution and the pertinent record of its application. Are there any questions that you have for the representatives? And as we engage in this discussion, I mean, I just want to say I appreciate the fact that this institution has been licensed by the CIE for so long. It's a long-standing institution, and Dr. Hurst, if I understand correctly, they've already cured all deficiencies. Is that right?
Yes, so with the response from the institution, they have cured the deficiencies that were noted in the clerked order.
Right. Okay. So thank you for that. All right, commissioners, any discussion? No? Okay. So hearing no further discussion, is there...
Commissioners, may I ask a couple of questions for the institution?
Sure.
Sure, yes, thank you. So the reason that we're here was because the last annual license, we had sent the 30-day deficiency letter, and it looked like there wasn't a timely response to that, which led to the institution being placed on a meeting for denial with quite a few contingencies. So if the institution could speak to how this process has impacted you as an institution, how you plan to move forward and ensure that this doesn't happen anymore, that the documents requested are readily available and submitted timely, I would greatly appreciate that.
Thank you, Director Hurst. I'm happy to do so. As has been pointed out, we have had a very long and mutually beneficial relationship with the CIE. And what took place over the past year and a half was an anomaly, to say the least. To give you a bit of context and a bit of history, I first joined Rainbow Reef about 8 years ago in the Instructor Development Center. My colleague, Mr. Cohen, who is now with Patty, was one of our course directors here at the time and was primarily responsible for the filings with the CIE. No deficiencies had ever been recorded like this before. When 3 of our course directors, and if I'm using too many terms of art for the scuba industry, please stop me and I'll explain. But when 3 of our course directors left Rainbow Reef to go to work for Patty, that is our training agency, the Professional Association of Diving Instructors, we had a bit of a paucity of experienced people responsible for the submission of everything necessary for the CIE. We had been assured by my predecessor that everything was going correctly. As it turned out, it was not. So several of us were brought back into our instructor development facility here within Rainbow Reef and began the process of playing catch up. This was very new to a lot of us. Patty itself was very gracious in loaning us, Mr. Cohen, to come back at their expense and to assist with us, which speaks pretty highly of their commitment to Rainbow Reef and to our mission in training people pursuant to the CIE standards. So we think we've got it fixed. Obviously, it was quite a process to get it to get everything rectified, to go through the deficiencies, to go through all the nuances. It was a tremendous learning curve for us. I cannot thank specifically Mr. Bowman at the CIE enough for his assistance. And the bottom line, Director Hurst, is I think we've got this nailed, and I think we're fine with it going forward. The lessons have been learned, and obviously, as I've said, this was unprecedented in our history, and we have absolutely no intention of anything like this ever happening again going forward.
Thank you for the explanation. And just as a point of clarification, will Mr. Cohen be assisting on the future applications, or is this something that he's training staff and handing off the baton, and then you feel comfortable that your staff is equipped to respond timely to the request for annual license and the documents submitted?
It's a kind of a twofold process. If necessary, he will be available to assist. He's already begun the process of training a replacement, if you will. The woman involved, forgive me, the staff member involved in that process is a former Oregon school administrator. She is well versed in this, as well as being a scuba professional. And we think we've got a very clear path of succession as far as handling this going forward.
Thank you for the explanations. And as we always like to say, while we do try to give courtesy emails of when your annual license renewal date is coming up, they are just courtesy emails, but the dates that they are required to be submitted are on the website. And if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out to myself or your program specialist, and we'll be happy to answer any of the questions that you have.
Of course. Thank you for that.
And Director Hurst, just so we know, this took so long to kind of get through the system. When is their next annual renewal due? Are they coming up on another one right after this?
So they are actually a May cycle. So they need to submit a new application now, pretty much, because we were going through this process. They had a little bit of an interesting loop on this, but they will need to submit an application, and then we will get them on the next available meeting after reviewing their documents. But their normal cycle is going to be May 31st. So they'll need to submit one this year, and they'll submit one next year, but they're going to be in a little bit of a pancake situation until they catch themselves up.
Right. So I just wanted to make sure the institution realized that even though, this may work itself out, you're right back into another annual renewal for the next year. So if you haven't started working on that one already, you need to.
I've already started working on it.
Okay, good. Sometimes it gets confusing after you get through this whole process and you realize there's another one right behind it.
All right. Commissioners, any further discussion?
No.
All right. Just verifying a document here, 1 second.
Chair Stefano, I think.
Okay.
I think we're good here on this one too.
All right, great. So the motion, let me pull this up.
Vice
Is there a
Chair
motion
Stefano.
to, yes?
That's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay. So is there a motion to grant the pending application for annual license?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you again, Director Hurst, and to all of your staff as well. It's been a chore, but an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. All right, we're on to section 13, improper school
Vice
closure.
Chair Stefano, before we move on to the next section, I would suggest the commission take a vote to delegate to the commission chair authority to sign the final order in this matter on behalf of the commission.
Okay.
So make
moved.
that motion.
All right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Mr. Junta, just for future consideration, it might be nice if that were kind of packaged in a similar way as what we did with the at the beginning of the last session, given that these are repeated formalities, right? Okay, just an idea. Anyways, continuing on here, section 13, improper school closure. There are 11 items in this section. So a motion to consider these closures by consent.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion to take the section by consent passes, and I'll now ask Dr. Hurst and each commissioner whether there are any items they'd like to pull. Dr. Hurst?
There are none.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero?
None.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Lin?
None.
I don't have any either. Is there anyone who'd like to make comments on any of the institutions in this section? Any public comments? So please raise your digital hand.
There is no one on the line.
All right, so hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 through 11?
That's right, she was.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Fortunately, we don't need any additional motions here, right, Mr. Junta?
That is correct, Chair Savant.
All right, perfect. I'm 1 for 3 so far. All right, I'm liking the odds here as we go forward. All right. Final orders, there are 5 items originally in this section plus 1 write-in. Is there a motion to consider the 6 final orders by consent?
Motion.
Second.
Right, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, well, motion to take the section by consent passes. I'll ask Director and Commissioners if there are any they'd like to pull. Dr. Hurst?
The write-in for number 6 is Universal Training Center. Number 5419, I would like to pull number 6.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero?
Not an addition.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None additional.
Commissioner Lin?
None additional.
I don't have any additional either. Okay, is there any public comment on institutions 1 through 5? If so, please raise your digital hand.
There is no one on the line.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge Spano, just out of an abundance of due process, is there anybody who is representing Marlene Institute who is on the line? Okay.
Morning.
All right, good morning. So it appears that there is. I'm going to recommend that one be pulled for further discussion. That is number 2.
Number 2. Okay. So I'll amend my previous question. Is there anyone on the line that would like to make any public comments related to institutions 1, 3 through 5? Okay. So is there a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institutions 1, 3 through 5?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries for institutions 1, 3 through 5. Now we'll turn to the institutions that are pulled, beginning with number 2, Marlene's Training Center, number 3665. I believe they're already on the line. If not, please re-raise your digital hand and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. My name is Jonel Lemmy. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Yes, my name is Jonel Lemmy. I'm an attorney. I represent Marlene Training Center. She was supposed to be on the line. For some reason, I don't see them. And
we are here. We are here.
Okay. So the problem with this case is the fact that there was an order of a notice of intent to deny the annual license that was entered sometime on a hearing in March 27, 2026. And there has been no challenge or no petition filed to contest the this order. I understand that Ms. Marlene has had some difficulties in finding certain documents. So at this point, we are diligently working with Ms. Marlene to provide the necessary document for the board to reconsider this and possibly file a contest to the final order. I understand that the time has already passed, but this is where we are. I don't know if there's any question for Ms. Marlene. And there are a lot of remedial actions being taken at this point to ensure that Ms. Marlene becomes compliant with the board.
Mr. Junta, this was your poll. Would you mind initiating discussion first?
Sure. I mean, and just to clarify, it wasn't my poll, but I received an email this morning indicating that they might have a representative at the meeting. So just so we clarify, based on the email that I received an email from Mr. Is it Lemmy?
Lemmy, yes.
Okay, thank you. So from my colleague, Mr. Lemmy, indicating that he would be present for this morning's hearing. Let's be very clear, this is not a hearing. The institution received the notice of intent. It was emailed to them, as well as mailed via normal and certified mail on April 16th. The institution had 21 days from April 16th to challenge the notice of intent, either by disputing a material fact and filing a petition for formal administrative hearing, or by not disputing a material fact, but pleading mitigating circumstances and throwing themselves at the commission's mercy and petitioning for an informal hearing. They had 21 days to do that. That's 21 days from April 13th, which, and without Googling it online, I don't know what day? April 16th, 21 days. Anyways, they had 21 days from April 16th to file a petition. No such petition was filed. Accordingly, their rights to an administrative review has been waived by virtue of them not filing that petition. So at this time, your executive director's recommendation is to enter the final order. They will, of course, have 30 days to appeal that final order if they allege any of the grounds that are stipulated in the pertinent statute in Chapter 120 Florida statutes. I also want to note, just incidentally, that commission staff took a phone call from the institution on April 23rd. So on April 23rd, the institution reached out to commission staff via phone call, and the institution was advised, again, on April 23rd, that within that 21-day period, they needed to file a petition if they wished to take remedial action or to otherwise contest any of the findings in the notice of intent. And the institution declined to file a petition. And that's why they're on this meeting with the final order that is before you. The staff recommendation is that the commission enter a final order adopting the notice of intent. And that will entail ordering the institution to conduct an orderly closure and to immediately cease and desist all of its educational operations except for the teach out of currently enrolled students.
I do have a question for the institution. How many students do you currently have?
How many students do you currently have? They're asking you. 20. 20.
20. Okay. And what is, could you give me a sense of the program and status of those students?
How long is the program? The HHA, it's 3 months? 2 months. It's a 2-month program at this point. We would say they're about 2 weeks into the, maybe what, how far are they into the program? 3? Mm-hmm. 3 or 4 weeks into the program. So they have another month left.
All right. Thank you. Commissioners, further discussion?
Before we do that, could we have a clarification of who is speaking on behalf of the institution?
Yes, my name is Meredith Marshall. I am actually a representative of Marlene's Training Center. I am an administrator here in the office. I'm sitting alongside Miss Marlene Dubois.
Thank you for that. And incidentally, just for the record, the deadline for the institution to file a petition would have been on or about May 7th. Thursday, May 7th.
Was it sickness of Dr. Pino?
If I may quickly,
You may quickly.
yes, my understanding is Ms. Marlene had relied on the representation of another council, and I think that she believed that a petition was filed, and I don't think that it was filed. So that's probably one of the excuses that she did not timely file a response.
When you say
Yes.
another council, you mean another council?
Attorney.
Okay.
Another attorney.
Yeah, we had retained an attorney up in Tallahassee, and his name is
Mr. Bob Harris?
Bob Harris. And we retained him. He was supposed to collectively work with us in order to get this this petition handled.
Did you
And
say
it
that that
not-
was Mr. Bob Harris?
Yes.
Yes.
One moment, Chair Stefano. It appears that we have Mr. Bob Harris on the line. I've instructed staff to mute everyone else for now, just because I don't want this to get combative, and we're not going to, look, Mr. Harris's name has been thrown out there. I want to give him a chance to speak for himself. Okay, Mr. Harris, are you present? Mr. Harris, it appears that you might be on mute. If you could unmute yourself. If you wish to offer any comment, you don't have to.
Yeah, I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can.
Okay, and I apologize that this kind of thing comes before the commission. I have several email messages and phone messages to Ms. Dubois, who I've represented for years, as well as Ms. Marshall, and phone conversations advising them that if they were not able to provide the information to refute the things that were in the complaint, that I could not assist them. Again, I have several email messages and phone conversation with them and advised them that if they were not able to provide anything to refute with the allegations that were in the notice of denial, I could not assist them. The last conversation was they were going to move on and find someone else to do something else, but there was under no circumstances did I represent to them that I was going to file a petition on their behalf without the information that I needed. And so for them to come today and to represent that I was expected to file that petition is untrue and frankly just very concerning to me. And if necessary, I will take whatever action necessary to protect the interest of our firm and the allegations that they just made today that were unfounded. And thank you for the opportunity, and I apologize for the time it's taken from the commission's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And your indignation is understandable under the circumstances.
All right, but just to be clear, imagine that had been the case. It is largely immaterial to the facts at hand in terms of not meeting the deadline, and there are documented multi-grounds for denial. I'm glad that the clarification was made, but I just want to be clear that our deliberation here is based on the merits of the documents before us, and it seems that the staff recommendation is very well grounded on its own merits.
And Vice Chair Stefano, if I may just offer just some counsel on that matter. Certainly if the institution had provided evidence that formerly retained counsel had represented to the institution that a petition was filed or would be filed, and it turned out that the petition was not filed, I would certainly counsel that those were exigent circumstances that would justify the commission granting an extension of time to file a petition in those circumstances. But no such evidence has been presented to this commission, and I highly doubt that any will be forthcoming. And I would advise my colleague that before articulating those kinds of accusations against a fellow member of the bar, one should be sure that they have all their evidentiary ducks in a row, because that's a most serious accusation. And I'm not here to advocate for Mr. Harris, but I have worked contra Mr. Harris, okay, and alongside Mr. Harris, and I've always known him to be a consummate professional. I just think one should be very careful before leveling those kinds of accusations against a fellow officer of the court.
Counsel, if I can respond quickly, I am not accusing a co-member of the bar of anything. In the email that I have seen, I've seen multiple communication. I've seen a representation agreement. I've seen a payment. So when Ms. Marlene indicated that she had retained counsel, that's the only thing that I relate to this board, that counsel was retained. As to what transpired, I'm not making any formal accusation as to what counsel may have done, and I'm just only relating the fact based on what I've seen.
Just two brief comments. One, I think that this has been sufficiently addressed on this call, and to continue going down this path is just to distract from our primary concern. And number two, I just think it's also important to differentiate the statements of the persons on the call and the name, the person that mentioned Bob Harris, I believe was one of the school representatives, not the attorney. I think the attorney's statement was that they had other representation, but didn't specify who it was. But be that as it may, I think that we need to focus on our decision here. So, commissioners, is there any discussion? Do each of you share my inclinations to put forward a motion adopting staff recommendations?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so can I have a
Motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you all for being here, and Mr. Junta, thank you for taking care of the good interest and name of all parties involved.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next on our list is number 6, Universal Training Center, number 5419. This was a write-in. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. Once they come on and introduce themselves, Dr. Hurst, I'd like to ask you if you could please initiate the discussion for this one.
Yes, thank you. So this institution is Universal Training Center. On February 10th, 2026, the Commission issued a notice of intent to deny Universal Training Center's pending application for annual license renewal. Following that notice, that myself and the institution reached a settlement agreement, and I'm going to turn it over to legal counsel to explain the terms.
Thank you, Executive Director Hurst. So just for a little bit more elaboration, this institution did timely file within a 21-day period a petition for formal administrative hearing, disputing all of the findings indicated in the notice of intent. The petition was accordingly forwarded to the Florida Division of Administrative Hearings. In the course of the administrative litigation, your executive director and the institution reached a settlement accord. And as part of the settlement, the institution has agreed to entry of the draft final order that is before you. The final order finds in pertinent part that Universal Training Center committed several violations of Chapter 1005 Florida statutes and Chapter 6E Florida Administrative Code. Notwithstanding, the institution neither affirms nor denies that it has committed any of the violations. The order also provides that Mr. and Mrs. Luc Doré are permanently prohibited from ever owning or operating or administering any CIE licensed institution. The order is entered without any prejudice to Mr. Jeremiah Doré, Dr. Doré's son, ever owning or administering such an institution, and also that the order does not constitute any adverse action against Mr. Jeremiah Doré. The draft final order also provides for an immediate cessation of all educational operations except as necessary to conduct an orderly teach-out of the students. Finally, I have information from the institution that there are, as of a few days ago at least, there are no current enrollees in either the CNA or the PN programs.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Is there anybody here from this school?
Staff have advised that there is not. The attorney, the institution has retained counsel. Counsel filed a few weeks ago a notice of unavailability indicating that she would not be available for any proceeding on this date. Notwithstanding, I do have her permission to bring the matter before you this morning.
All right. If there's no further discussion, can I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Junta, for the presenting that to us. All right. Next on the agenda are issues related to non-degree granting institutions. Section A on the agenda is for institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. There are 12 institutions in this section. Is there a motion to consider these reports by consent?
Motion.
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The motion to take this section by consent passes. And I will now ask each commissioner and Director Hirsch if there are any items they'd like to pull. Starting with Director Hirsch.
None.
Okay. Commissioner Giuliano.
None.
Commissioner Lin.
None.
Commissioner Caballero.
None.
Okay. There are none for me either. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who'd like to comment on any of the schools in this section?
There is no one on the line.
Okay. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 through 12?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes. Staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Section B on the agenda is application for provisional licensure. The 16 applications will be taken individually. So if there's anyone here from All Nation Training Center number 13643, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Denise Raymond. I'm the owner of All Nation Training Center.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Volsi. I'm the campus director for All Nation Training Center.
Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else from your institution on the call?
No.
Okay, great. All right. And have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations? They seem pretty straightforward and simple, provided that you can get those inspections and licenses within the required time frame.
Yes.
Okay, great. Commissioners, is there any discussion? No? All right. So are there any comments from members of the public? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Thank you. Next on our list is BICSI Learning Academy, number 13589. Does anyone here from that institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Morning. I'm hoping you can all hear me.
Yes. Morning.
Yes. My name is Gail Moore Swaby, and I'm from Bixie Learning Academy. My colleagues with me as well. They'll introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Joe Sullivan. I'm Chief Financial Officer and Operating Officer here at Bixie.
Hello, my name is Sarah Huff. I am the Director of Curriculum Development and Learning here at Bixie.
I believe that there's more than one device that is unmuted or that has the volume within vicinity of another device in the meeting.
I am muted.
Yeah, I think the other issue is that if the sound
How about
from
now?
one, I think we might have gotten there. Great.
How about now?
Better, I think.
How are we doing?
Not as good as Verizon.
I need it. What about now?
I think we got there. Let's see. All right, great.
Perfect.
Good.
All right.
So,
Good morning.
good morning. Has everyone that's on the call been introduced?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations regarding the faculty listing and the agreement with the online library provider?
We have
Okay, great. Any questions, concerns?
none at this point.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any discussion?
I just want to hear the story. This is an interesting one with your cabling installation program. So if you guys could just give a little background on the Building Industry Consulting Service International and the school and why you're here and what you're doing. I'm just more interested than anything else.
We're happy to. So BICSI, Building Industry Consulting Service International Learning Academy, BICSI is a 50-year-old professional association, and we specialize in the information communication and technology industry. And I will summarize it to say that we do training, conferences. We are an ANSI accredited body, so we write standards in the industry, and those standards are globally adopted, including from the Department of Defense. They have adopted our standards and made it a requirement that if they are doing any kind of installations, that they have to have a certified registered communication designer and installers on all of the different projects. We all of our certifying certificate holders work on anything from large infrastructure projects related to airports, transportation, healthcare, large gaming centers. We're actually actively working on amending one of our data center standards to include a data center on the moon. So we've been doing quite a bit of work in this space for the last 50 years and very focused around the infrastructure that supports that. So anything that is behind your wall that is not electrical in nature is all voice, data, video, and we also even run electricity over our cabling infrastructure as well. So hopefully that answers and summarizes and answers your question, Commissioner.
Oh, it does. Thank you. Do you have any plans for other programs in the future?
Yes, we absolutely do. And we are starting with the Installer 1 program, this program requires for you to not have any experience. We will provide that experience in the classroom. It's a 5-day class. It's virtual. We send the students a kit. They are taken through a number of, both on the knowledge side, but also on the hands-on side, where they're actually terminating cabling infrastructure and presenting that as well. And then once they've completed that class, then they would sit for the certification exam.
Okay. So installer 1 is the program you have now. Is there future going to be installer 2, 3, 4? Is it going to expand?
Correct. We will be submitting that at a future date. Correct. Those programs require some level of experience. So again, we would be wanting to ensure that that's applicable for this particular filing. Yes.
Great. Thank you for that. That's exciting.
Thank
Hearing your description of how the kits are sent out just reminds me of the task that is before the commission in the future, which challenges our inherited kind of categories of online versus in-person, or synchronous versus asynchronous. And as educational strategies become more innovative and distributed, these categories are being strained more and more, because what we're going to see inevitably is the emergence of new categories like a distributive immersive experience, where someone can have some sort of hands-on experience that's distributed, but still guided and evaluative and practical. So look forward to those kind of larger conversations. Just kind of queuing off of this. Thank you for being here. Yeah,
I would agree. And you know that that's already happening on job sites where you are sitting in the United States and have a device that allows you to look at the infrastructure and the design that's happening across the world. And that occurred quite a bit over COVID. So that's already happening. So just wanted to add that to that.
Yeah. Thank you. So we look forward to this year, and you'd be able to apply for additional programs once you reach annual license status. So we wish you luck this year. Can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved.
Motion. Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you all. Thank you.
So next on our list is CDL Ocala CVT School number 13348. Does anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. This is Dr. Jose Otero. I'm here with the owner of the institution.
My name is Pedro Camejo. I'm the owner of CDL Ocala CVT School, CVT meaning Commercial Vehicle Training. I have over 30 years of driving. I have almost 2 million miles under my belt, and I'm trying to make the industry, we have that stigma in the industry where safety is priority on top of everything.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me.
Dr. Otero, we appreciate how long the list of staff recommendations are on this one. I say that sarcastically here, because there aren't any contingencies here. So thank you for that. Staff, commissioners, is there any discussion? No? All right. So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Next is Central Florida CDL School number 13689. Does anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. This is Dr. Jose Otero with Otero Consulting Group, and I am here with owners.
Yes, this is Nathan Everson. I'm the founder of Central Florida CDL School. I'm here with my wife, Judy Everson, to follow up with, what the last person spoke about. We are trying to make a safer street. I got a lot of kids and husband, wife, not husband, sorry.
I think we got cut off. It says raise hand. No, we're good? All right. We're still good.
So anyways, I've got my CDL license, been driving for a long time. And, I train only the safest drivers to run in my school.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Dr. Otero, I'm sure you saw this. You're good with the contingency that's on there, approved registration for each of the programs?
That's correct. Yep, and they're aware.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? No? All right. Any comments in the public? No? All right. I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. All right. Next on our list is CMS Training Institute, number 13498. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Gunnar Vincent, president of CMS Training Institute.
Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else on the call with you?
No, it's just me.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any discussion?
No.
No? Okay. Can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Good luck this year, and we look forward to seeing you in the future.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Next on the list is Driving Academy, number 13675. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Yes, hi, my name is Siddharth Shah. I am the director at Driving Academy in Jacksonville.
Okay, great. Is there anyone else on the call with you?
No, it's just me today.
Okay, great. And you had a chance to review the staff recommendations?
Yes, we've carefully reviewed all staff recommendations, and we're working on both of them. There's two contingencies. One is the fire inspection, which we should have approved in the next 4 weeks. And the second is the FMCSA TPR application. Once we have our provisional license, that will be approved as well.
Great. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? All right, any comments in the public? Hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to opening my school soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah, look forward to hearing back from you. All right, next on our list is Avera Health Institute, South St. Petersburg campus, number 13590. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. This is Dr. Rebecca Sarlo. I'm the Chief Administrator for Avera Health Institute, and I am joined today by Kelly Sperling, who is the Campus Director for our South St. Petersburg campus, as well as Glenn Hardy, who is our Vice President of Finance. here supporting us today.
Thank you. And you had an opportunity to review the staff recommendations?
We did, yes.
Okay. Any questions or concerns?
No.
All right, great. Commissioners, any discussion?
Well, this is a big organization, community health center. So I would just like the school people to kind of give us a background on what brought us here and what made them want to start a school like this, and talk about the parent corporation. Just give us a background on everything that's going on.
Yeah, we'd love to do that. So Evra Health is formerly Community Health Centers of Pinellas. So we're the federally qualified health center in Pinellas County. And the healthcare center serves about 75,000 patients a year with about 250,000 visits. So very busy, primary care, specialty care, pharmacy, dental, behavioral health. And so a few years ago, the healthcare system, recognizing what all healthcare systems are facing, that staffing is the biggest threat to expansion and to high quality care provision, particularly in underserved communities. And so really what we're getting the standard, the quality of trainee that they were expecting. They were needing to retool and retrain the students even after they graduated from programs. And the programs locally on the private side, very, very expensive. So inaccessible to a lot of individuals like those that are served through the healthcare system. And so they decided they wanted to start a school to meet not just their own needs as a healthcare system that was expanding in terms of footprint, number of clinics, as well as number of specialties offered, but also meet the demand of our partner organizations in the community as well. And so my team was brought on to begin the school. We help to support Evra Health's apprenticeship programs, as well as offering traditional programs within our community for high demand positions. And so this expansion, this new campus is going to be in South St. Petersburg, adjacent to our original healthcare center, Johnny Ruth Clark Center. There, so it's kind of at the tip of Pinellas County, where a lot of the students come from. And even though the main campus is centrally located, it's still a pretty long bus ride. So we want to bring the training closer to where the community is, so that reduces those barriers to participation and completion.
Perfect. Thank you. I love the mission and glad you're here.
Thanks so much.
So quick question. So your externship hour requirements, you feel like they'll probably be covered by your partner organization? That's where most of your students are going to be doing their externship hours?
Yes, so we have a number of partners so that we've already been lining up. So we know that part of the reason, and another part of the reason that we wanted to go to South St. Petersburg is St. Petersburg is really our hospital hub in Pinellas County as well. And so you'll notice that the programs for this particular campus really focus more on the nursing track for the hospitals, the acute care settings. And so we have a number of our partners already lining up to work with us from an externship and clinical rotation perspective.
So on the behavioral health program side, do you feel like you have an adequate number of externship sites to cover?
We do. We have about 10 right now that are actively working with us, because we have a behavioral health program at our main campus as well. And so again, a lot of our partners located in South St. Petersburg. So we wanted to make sure that we're representing, being able to serve both North County and South County as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no further discussion. Have a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for being here and for sharing that wonderful background with us.
Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Next on our list is Fusion Welding Institute, number 13661. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. This is Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group. I am here with the owners and the president of this institution.
How you doing? My name is Carmen Willard. I'm the president here with Austin Morton, CEO. A little background: we have 15+ years of experience and noticed a little bit of a gap in the workforce for specialty welders. So we decided to open the program up and try to fill that gap.
Great. It's fantastic. This is one of those sectors that won't be replaced by AI. So increasingly important. Thank you for that. Commissioners, any discussion?
It's a great program. Phenomenal program. I've been trying to open that for years in South Florida. I can't because of the structural challenges in the program.
It's expensive and
So,
hard to do.
congratulations.
So in this with this institution, I think there was a little bit of a false start. Can you guys explain? I think this started operating without a license and then quickly converted to getting a license. Can you explain the beginning and where we were and where we are today?
Yes, sir. So we originally were a training facility. We were help staffing for the local union out of Tampa, 433 Boilermaker Union. They were sending us students. We would train them, they'd pass their test, and then they'd go to work for the union. But we found out we weren't really in compliance. So as soon as we found that out, we stopped immediately, took all social media, all websites down, and we got in contact with the consulting group we're with now, and that's where we're at. As soon as we found out we weren't compliant, we quit it all and took websites, social media, everything that was not compliant down.
And how long did you operate before you figured that out?
About 2 years.
Okay. Okay. And you're in Ocala?
Yes, sir, Ocala.
Are you attached to a larger organization? Is this something where you're going to hire your own graduates, or can you explain what your plan is with the graduates?
Yes, sir. So we're not attached to any facility. We're our own building, our own entity. Yeah, we currently do actually have, we hire a lot of our graduates for our construction division, and we hire our graduates to do workshop instructions for other students that are coming up. And we also work with the local unions. Like I was saying, they tend, we can't guarantee placement, obviously, but they tend to hire all of our specialty welders into the Boilermaker Union. And they every time we have anybody ready, they're begging for them.
Okay, good. Well, glad to have you. It's a program of need, and it's not easy to, as fellow commissioner stated already, it's not easy to do. It's not easy to start. It's not easy to have a location for it. So I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any further discussion? No? Any comments from the public or representatives? All right. Hearing none, do you have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Look forward to hearing back from you. Next on our list is Iman Trucking School, number 13591. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Yves. I'm with Iman Trucking School. I'm the president and the founder.
Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else on the call with you?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, my name is Monia Joseph, and I am the admissions and financial rep for the school.
Okay, thank you. Is that everyone that's on the call?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Appreciate it. And are you familiar with the staff recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any discussion?
None, me.
Or any public comments or any comments the representatives would like to make?
No, sir.
Well, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you back in the future to let us know how it went.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on our list is number 10, Miami Cosmetology Academy, number 13512. Does anyone here from the institution please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call?
Good morning, I'm Huram Kahraman. I'm the owner of Miami Cosmetology Academy, and I'm here by myself.
Okay, great. Thank you for being here. And are you familiar with the staff recommendations and the contingencies regarding the enrollment agreement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any discussion? Are there any comments from the public or representative? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Motion.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. And thank you for being here. Next on our list is Miller Dynamics Academy of Emergency Services, number 13623. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Hi, I'm Emily Reisner, and I'm the president and will be the program director, and I'm the only one on the call.
Okay, great. Thank you for being here. 1 second. Here we are. And are you familiar with the staff recommendations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any questions or you're confident in your ability to fulfill those in a timely manner?
Yeah, as soon as I get your approval, I'll get the state stuff done, and the other 2 items I've already sent, but I'll resend them today.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any discussion?
I'd just like to hear background on the school.
Sure.
Yes, sir. So we are EMT, well, before we were approved by CIE to do a EMS academy teaching EMT and paramedics. I believe we were approved in 2019. It was me and my husband that started the school together. Unfortunately, a few months after we opened, my husband was diagnosed with cancer, and he passed away in 2021. So we did many classes up until that time. We're very successful with the school, very well liked. But unfortunately, when he passed away, I was really unable to run it by myself and was having some issues finding instructors. So I stopped teaching. I taught out the students that were currently in, and then I stopped teaching and put this school up for sale. And that was in 2022. And then I had a few buyers, but nothing really happened with that. So then eventually I put it up for closure. And now I've been, our local community college in our county has over 150 students on a waiting list for EMT. So I have been urged by several surrounding counties and our own to get the school reopened. So that's why I'm back.
Well, sorry to hear about your husband.
Thank you.
Were you and your husband EMT paramedics? Is that why you started the school?
Yes, sir. He got fire related cancer due to on the job exposure. He was a firefighter for the city of Fort Myers for 17 years. And that was my background as well. I worked in emergency medicine as a paramedic for about 6 years, and then I got my RN license and started working in the emergency rooms locally as well. But I always stayed, teaching was always kind of my passion. I always did continuing education courses for EMTs and paramedics, and then I also I own a AHA training site as well. For continuing education credits for nurses, doctors, and EMTs and paramedics as well.
Well, you're a busy person, but welcome back to the school business.
Thank you. I am excited to be back. I think I have a good amount of instructors to help me out this time. So I think it'll go really well, and I've already have people lined up out the door to come back to me. So I'm excited.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if there's no further comments, to have a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, and look forward to hearing back from you soon.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next on our list is Mission Next Technical Academy, number 13639. If there's anyone from the institution on the call, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for having us this morning. My name is Randy Gilbert. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Mission Next Technical Academy. I'm here today with the co-founder and president of the Academy. But before he introduces himself, I also wanted to take a second to show some appreciation to our advisor, Chelsea Sadler. She was really pivotal in getting us here this morning.
Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? Or any comments by the public or the representatives? All right. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations?
Yes, sir, we are.
Yeah. Any questions, or you're comfortable with those?
Yeah, we're comfortable. We should be able to execute those by the end of the week, actually.
Great. Thank you. All right. Hearing for no further discussion, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our list is Private Investigator Training Institute, number 13647. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Hi, good morning. I am Diana K. McDonald Barium, co-owner of Private Investigator Training Institute.
Hi, good morning. I'm Leah McDonald. I'm also co-owner of Private Investigator Training Institute.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? Any comments by the public or any of the representatives? All right. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Look forward to hearing back from you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the Elite Touch Institute, number 13564. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Clark. I'm the founder of the Elite Touch Institute. We currently operate a CompTIA accredited massage therapy school in both New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and I'm super excited to be bringing the program to Florida as well.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else on the call with you?
No, it's just me.
All right, thank you. And are you familiar with the staff recommendations regarding the catalog and the refund policy and the personnel forms?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, you're comfortable with those?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any discussion?
I have a note that we were going to add a contingency, but I didn't write what is down. Is there something that was supposed to be added to this one?
I think it's a submission from the Board of Massage.
Yes, please. Yes. So we do need to add one contingency to the staff recommendation that is in front of you, and it would be number 3, which is submission of Board of Massage approval to offer a massage therapy training program.
That is correct, and they're waiting for you guys' approval. Once I have it, I'll send it to them, and then they'll give their approval.
Yes. But we'll just need to add that third contingency to there, so she will have the document to provide.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, so do I have a motion for the amended staff recommendation?
Motion.
All in favor?
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next on our list is number 15, Treasure Coast Dental Assisting Academy, number 13495. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi there, this is Dr. Thomas Hickey. I'm the administrator for Treasure Coast Dental Assisting Academy. I'm here with Dr. Chris Nayad, who is the same, and also on the call is Mary Beth Wright, compliance.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any discussion?
I'd just like to hear background of this institution, where, just about their operations and their founding and everything that they can give to us.
Sure. This is Dr. Hickey again. We have found, at least in this area, especially since Indian River State College suspended their dental assisting program, that locating highly qualified and well-trained dental assistants was becoming tougher and tougher. And since I've been literally involved in training back when I graduated from dental school many years ago at Santa Fe Community College, I've enjoyed it. So I started to think about, with Dr. Nahab, just opening our own smaller assisting school where we can, make sure that the students are well-trained, well-qualified, and that we can put some more students out into the community, giving them great opportunity to work in what we consider to be a great profession.
And what are you using for labs? Is this going to be operating out of a dental office?
Yes, Dr. Nahat's office, where we're located, is going to be where the clinical and the didactic portion that's lecture will happen.
Okay. So is it night class only?
It will be nights and weekends, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Along those same lines, so for their externship hours, is that where they're also going to be performing and getting their checkoffs on externship?
That's correct.
So if they're going to class at night, they'll be coming in during the day to satisfy those externship hours?
That's correct.
Okay. And if they're only going to be doing all their externship in one location, are you going to be able to, will each student have enough chair side time to be able to meet those requirements, or will they be going also to other externship sites outside of that, or do you feel like there'll be enough business or patients for everyone to be able to get those needs met?
Yeah, it's a good question. And yes, I believe that we have enough patient time, patient load for them to all get it, because we're not going to operate a very large class of students at any one time, probably 4 to 6 at the most. But we also are going to look out for some other contacts for some possible other externships when we locate those.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any comments from the public or additional comments from the representatives?
No, nothing on our end.
All right. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Too. Next on our list is VoSkill Academy, number 13471. If there's anyone here for that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. My name is Michael Herod with VoSkill.
Morning.
Good morning.
What is your role at the institution?
Yes, so I am the founder.
Okay, great. And anyone else in the call with you?
Nope, just me.
All right, perfect. And have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations regarding the catalog and the notations on the courses in terms of online versus on ground and the personnel forms?
Yes, I have, and we're good to go.
Okay, perfect, great. And you know, like we've had discussions previous in you know, earlier in this meeting. I mean, these are all just essential areas of infrastructure and of, you know, that are not going away and that AI can't replace. So, you know, thank you for kind of contributing and advancing that.
It's our pleasure. We're super excited.
Yeah, thank you. Any discussion, commissioners?
Yeah, hi, Michael. You say you've got a hybrid program. Can you explain, just for the commission, I mean, these are pretty lab heavy, typically types of courses. So can you explain what part of your program is distance ed, what part of your program is not, and maybe how they're going to get their hands-on work, how the students will get their hands-on work?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so basically we're using Pearson and NCCR to basically deliver almost like a 1-to-2 ratio of all of the academic side, you know, the theory and practice, you know, cable sizing, HVAC compressors, all that kind of stuff. And then that's done through Pearson's portal. So the students will take that, you know, online as they can throughout their schedules and stuff. And then when they complete a module, then they'll come into our school, the actual physical site in West Palm, to where we have local tradesmen that actually go through the hands-on portions. So once they do, say, refrigeration, then they'll come into the school nights and weekends to actually, you know, evacuate machines, recharge them, do the metering with local tradesmen that have been in the industry for 10 to 15 years, really pouring into these future builders. And basically, that's, you know, they get the academic online, which is about 180 to 220, so, you know, more than double, or, you know, they come in and do the hands-on, because what we realize is the hands-on really is that's where the learning happens, and that's where we're able to really pour into the future builders and give them that confidence and that skills and those abilities to really crush it in the market.
Does your lab, when the students come in, does your lab function as something else during the day? Is it like an HVAC repair company that works, or is it just for the school?
It's just for the school, yeah. So basically we have full AC units that run, compressors and air handlers. And then also that's for our HVAC programs. For our electrical programs, we have full wall mock-ups. So the students will actually pull wires and cables and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any comments from the public? Or any further comments from the representatives? Okay. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Motion.
Second? Can I have a second? All right, thank you.
Sorry, second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations, and thank you for the service. So I think right now is a good time for us to take a short break. It is 10:40. Maybe we'll plan on starting back up at 10:55. Does that sound okay to the other commissioners?
Great.
Great. Okay. I will see you back soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are back from break, Commissioners.
All right. Next on the agenda is Section C. There are no applications in Section C. Just return to annual license. Section D on the agenda is applications for annual license. The 8 applications will be taken individually. We'll start with Anthony's Cool School, number 12804. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning, Director, Commissioners, and Mr. Junta. My name is Michael Zeppi. I am the president and founder of Anthony's Cool School.
Yes, this is Joey Smith, consultant.
Okay. Thank you.
And Mark Murray, legal counsel, also appearing.
Thank you for being here. Is that everyone on the call?
I think so, yes.
All right. I think you may have shared this in the past, but I'm just curious about the name. What is the background with Anthony?
Anthony was my father who started our HVAC company in 1988. I joined him after I separated from the Air Force in 92 and I lost him in 98. And we have been on a quest to provide great client service and expertise air conditioning. And as a result of our trade, we found it very difficult to find good help, and we decided we would design our own help.
Well, thank you for that, and I'm sorry for your loss. And it's a cool pun, you know, on the term. So appreciate that.
Thank you,
Commissioners. Any discussion? Commissioner Giuliano, you're muted.
I'm back. Hi, 120-hour HVAC program is, you know, on the lower end of what we see oftentimes. I was just wondering, as you've run your first, you know, several groups of students through the school, how that's working out for you, and are they getting jobs? And how many students have you run through? And if you graduated, are you hiring them, or are they getting jobs elsewhere?
Great questions. I will try and address all of them here. First, 120 hours was designed as a fast track so that we could introduce our technicians or our students to the world of HVAC, and at the same time, we've got an instructor who is also serving as our director, who is a NATE certified technician. He's been with us as a service technician for several years, and he's getting ready to graduate another class today. We have graduated approximately 14 students, of which 5 of them are currently working for us. And the feedback that we've received, and every one of our students that has started has graduated. Our goal is to graduate everybody, not just because we're helping them do well, but it's because we found that when they put something besides their effort in terms of some money into the effort, they are a little more focused and determined to finish the class. But we have hired 4 of our graduates, and the feedback that we're getting from our graduates, and some of them have been to a local vocational school, that they came out better prepared for the field and more confident to handle clients, and just how to communicate effectively with the rest of our team.
Yeah. Good. This is a minor thing, but your CPA, Houston and Company, is that local? There's misspellings on these income statements that just bothering me. So I don't know if you know this person or what, but they spelled revenue wrong and basis wrong on your income statement. So.
Yes, they are independent, and I know that was a point of contention. They are independent. They were hired by me 2 years ago to handle my company's financials for tax purposes and that sort of thing.
Okay.
They did provide an independent overview of the school and also my personal financial status. I will get with them. It's rare that I see them have any kinds of mistakes because they are very professional and very thorough and very detailed. This may have been partly my fault as I was behind getting you guys the information that you needed.
All right. That's all I had.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion, are there any comments by the public or additional comments by the representatives? All right, hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is Bright Education Institute, number 3452. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and everyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Trustee Pownall, could I have just a moment? Out of an abundance of due process, I want to make sure that this institution's legal counsel is aware that this item is up for a vote.
Absolutely.
Mr. Harris, are you representing Bright Education Institute at this meeting?
Commissioners, out of an abundance of due process, can we pause this one, move to the next meeting, to the next item on the agenda, and come back to this school?
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll do that. And if possible, I'll leave it in your hands to remind me of when would be the appropriate time to resume discussion of this school. Thank you. So we'll table this and we'll move on to hands-on HVAC school number 12737. Does anyone here from the institution please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
Hello, this is Jeremiah Sawyer. Can you hear me?
Oh, yep, we can hear you.
Awesome.
Yes, and this is Joey Smith, consultant.
Great. And Jeremiah, would you mind sharing your role at the institution?
Yeah, so I'm the owner and CEO.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Commissioners?
I'd just like to hear background of the school. I know, you've run through, a couple of graduating classes, it looks like. Mm-hmm. And the same question that I had for the last school, you have a 100-hour HVAC program. And so I just wanted to hear how it's going, how is the placements going, the students doing, and, if you could give me some background on that.
You bet. It's going great. We've got now 5 active schools across the U.S., and this West Palm campus has taken off quicker than any other ones. And part of this was something that we kind of noticed whenever we chose this location. There was a kind of a pocket of not really any true competitors that are offering this hands-on program that's, we offer payment plans. The tuition's $3,350. So by my estimation, I haven't found anybody even close to that cheap, right? So it's gone very successful in terms of student feedback, placements. A couple of the folks got hired immediately into some of our partner HVAC contractors. And here's the coolest thing that we're proud about, right? Because we go into one of these new markets, and of course, we're going to tell them we're great and we have great outcomes. But until they see it, they don't truly believe it. But one guy went to a office or a contractor in West Palm at Astill. His name was Skyler. He was one of our very first students. He had already been hired by that HVAC contractor as a green guy, helper guy, but they sent him to the school and paid for it and got him back in 12 weeks. He then became, amongst his colleagues, the other green guys and the junior guys, the top guy, the whiz. They were all looking at him because he had grown so much, and then they were like, hey, we need to send the rest of our team there, right? So that was incredible good feedback for us, because we know what we do in other states, but until we get there and do it in Florida, it's not real until we actually do what we said we were going to do. So great first year so far, not even a full year, but I want to say we've had 5 graduating classes. Kristen's on the line too. She's our director there. I think she's muted. So she's pinging me right now. She's had 66 students graduated, 66 students total, 52 that graduated. The other that either fell off due to whatever reason, non-payment or getting out of the program.
Great.
So early indications for us, compared to benchmarking for other campuses, this is top tier for us.
Are you taking students that, the one story you talked about, the student had a moderate, amount of, it was green and was working already in the business. Are you taking students straight off the street, or do they have to have some knowledge of electricity?
Off the street makes up probably 50% or more. It's mostly a B to C, off the street guys that are either 18 to 25, haven't really got into a career yet and looking for something to sink their teeth in. The other 20% is guys that have been in the field for a while, like Skyler, the guy I mentioned. And then the other part are people that are, even, more experienced, let's say 40s and 50s. And sometimes they take it just because they have some rent houses and stuff like that and try to save money on their own repairs. You know what I mean? So, but the vast majority are folks seeking employment. I would say, probably at least 50%, the other percent, they either have a job and they're just kind of at, level 1, they want to get to level 3, or, you know what I mean?
Right. Okay, thank you.
Is there any public comment on this institution or any additional comments from the representatives? Okay. Hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the list is medical training international, I assume, number 13123. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. My name is Karen Ivanov, and I'm the director of the school.
My name is Coach Ivanov. I'm the president.
Great. Thank you for being here. Are you two the only ones on the call from your institution?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? No? Are you familiar with the staff recommendations and the contingencies that are outlined there?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Any questions, or are you comfortable with being able to address those?
No, we're okay.
Okay, perfect. Right. Are there any comments from the public or any comments that the representatives wish to share with the commission?
No.
Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
So
Motion.
moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Mona Lisa Hair and Beauty Education number 12872. Does anyone here from the institution please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call?
Hello, my name is Veronica Falcone. I'm one of the directors at Mona Lisa Hair and Beauty Education and also marketing director. With me is the owner, Yanilsa Gonzalez. And thank you for hearing this. And let's see what we can do. We received the information and basically, yeah, we can comply with everything on the points that were recommended by the staff. And we'd like to know now your opinion.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, just to be sure, you are familiar with the staff recommendation in terms of the request for interim financial statement? All right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Commissioners,
No
any
problem.
discussion?
Can you just speak to the financial position of the college? Just looking at December 2025 operation statement, I see, a couple $1,000s in tuition and 2 expenses. So there's no payroll expense. Nobody's getting paid. Can you just speak to where you are with regards to the financial position of the college at this point?
Well, she's solid. What happens is that she has a hair salon and she also has a beauty supply, and basically the overhead is taken care of in terms of everything from rent to utilities. And so it's a little bit different, the setup, and why she wasn't reflecting any more expenses. And of course, the working capital, et cetera, she was taking, in other words, money that would come in, it would go for paying what was the balance of the expenses for the school, but she would transfer them to another account. What happens is that she realized that she needed to have her reserve and money in the account and function from that account. So that's all been taken care of. And as far as the payroll, right now, the instructors are basically professionals that work with her. And they've decided they also want to teach, but they are professionals, a cosmetologist, facial specialist, etc. So because she has her salon, they're working with her for the school and helping her out and supporting her while she pushes forward and ramps up.
So they're getting paid from the salon and not from the school?
Yes. Right now, it's a kind of, what can I say, communal. It's a trap.
Right.
So
the salon is basically covering all the expenses.
Yes, they've been with her since 2009 because she's owned these other 2 businesses since then. And so they've all decided, we're going to help you out. But she is prepared, and she does have the assets. She is prepared for once we it kicks up and there's many more students, et cetera, to pay payroll. She'll be able to do it. Right now, as one of the things that's feeding the school, and we think that it's in better standing, is she has 400 beauty salons and spas as clients because of the beauty supply store. And literally, as they graduate, she has a pool for placement to send the students out to who needs a job because they've got their license now and their diploma, etc. So they keep in touch constantly, and they say to her, "You have any graduates?" And we're hiring. So it's symbiotic. And again, they've been our clients since between 2009. I think the latest would probably be 2015. So it's a steady network. And we're confident it's going to work. We have put in certain, based on the experience of, the past couple of years, we have put in programs where at least every other week, at minimum, we sit, we review, make sure, students are doing well, and we move forward. Again, it's a little bit strange when it comes to the financials, only because she's got the two companies that are covering her overhead.
How many students do you have currently?
Right now, they graduated, but we have already 10 applications that have been reviewed. They've been accepted. Now it's about money. They take a little time because she doesn't qualify for financial aid yet, of course. And so what they do is we offer a deposit and monthly payments, but they still have to come up with the deposit. So it takes them a little time from when they come to us. They go through the school, the interview, etc., and it's decided. And Yanilsa decides herself, and she takes care of them one-on-one. If they qualify to begin with, but second, who they are. We even have a personality test because we want to make sure that they're equipped for personally, and they're equipped for the kind of career that they want. It's not easy. Cosmetologists are like bartenders. And so once that happens and they go through all the process of admissions, then they tell us, well, I have to apply. They either go for personal loans, or if they can get the deposit, they will then get started and they pay monthly. They're all aware that they can't graduate if your tuition's not paid up. So this is the way we're doing it right now to get around the financial issues that the community has. She's in a highly diverse area, and most of her students, well, not most, since we opened, are working full-time and at the same time, or part-time. Many are married with children. So she's accommodating the community. So, and so far it's been good. She has excellent reputation, and she gets calls all the time. And even they stop by because they know that at a certain time she's at the salon. And they stop by, and it's just a matter of money. It's financial.
Right.
But right now we've got 10 applications already.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I don't have any reason to believe that, the education is lacking in any way. And I'm glad you gave me that answer. I guess my question for the commissioners and maybe for the staff is, where do we stand on a school that basically runs all of its expenses through another company? And do we have any requirements that the school stands on its own? I'm a little green in that area, I guess. So I'm looking for some advice. Is this something we should require the school to have its own financials and pay its own bills, or do we not care? I don't know the answer to that.
I'll direct this to Director Hurst, but my understanding is that in cases like this, the two main questions are, one, what are the parent financials, and are they sustainable and display financial health? And two, if there is a ongoing loss or deficit on the part of the educational institution, what is the appetite for the parent institution for sustaining those losses in, the hope of eventual, gains and sustainability. But I'll kind of ask Director Hurst to comment on staff's procedures for dealing with this.
Sure. So in this particular case, the corporate name for this is Mona Lisa Hair and Beauty Education LLC. So it doesn't appear that the other organization is the parent. It might be a sister corporation of sorts. What we are looking for is that the institution has sufficient resources in order to operate and to ensure that the students will make it through the program, successfully graduate, and be placed. So if they are being assisted by another organization, if they can demonstrate that to us, that will keep the operations going, then we do review those for them. This may be a situation where she does want to speak to her CPA just to make sure that she's not commingling those funds. But one of the things that we were looking at in this case, and the reason for the staff recommendation in front of you, is that we do want to see that in her organization that she does have the funding to support the students. She did provide us a snapshot of her bank accounts and her balance sheets to put those assets into this corporation. We have asked her to do that, and we would ask her to continue to do that, that when we're looking at the financials for this institution, that it does have the appropriate capital to support the students. But we will entertain other entities supporting them as long as that's demonstrated.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's already an existing contingency that addresses that, correct?
Yes, there is. We are asking for her interim financial statements that they need to be prepared by a CPA, and they need to show the additional funds available to support the institutional operations.
Okay.
Yes, that's what we've been doing.
All right. Is there any public comment or additional comments by the representatives of the institution?
No, we again, the first request, which is the independent certification by our CPA, that's fine. We can get that, and there are funds, and I think he explained fully how she had to leave her, and Chelsea when we were working with her, about the reserve and about working capital in her bank account for the school. So that's not an issue.
Okay, great. So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. We look forward to receiving those documents and to hearing back from you in the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on the list is South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning, number 13001. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else that's on the call.
Yes, hi, this is Adam Ross, Executive Director of South Florida Academy of AC.
Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else on the call with you?
No.
Okay, great. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
Hey, Adam, I'll give you a chance, the same chance I gave the last two, which is, you have a couple of small HVAC courses. I know I've seen you at the last couple of meetings, so I know I think you have more than this location, correct? You have several locations. How is placement going? Do the students get what they need? Are they getting jobs?
Yeah, thanks. Nice to talk to you guys again. So yes, so we do have our primary location, which is in Fort Lauderdale. That's been licensed with the CIE. I believe we're going on 16 years now. This Tampa location that you're looking at today, this is our second location. Now that we've been operating there, we've had really good results. Our job placement, as we track it on kind of this cohort basis, is actually outperforming what we usually see in Fort Lauderdale. We started, I think the numbers that you're looking in front of you are for all of 2025, but we only began offering classes in late summer of 25. So it's not a complete annual picture yet, and we've still been collecting the placement data, but so far it's actually tracking ahead of what we would have expected. To answer your question about the length of the program, I mean, this is why I think that the CIE exists, and this is why I think that alternative and private education institutions exist, is to be able to give the public these different options. You know, we love giving students options, and for the students that want to do a 12-month or 14-month HVAC program in the community colleges, that is one option that exists. But if we just tried to replicate that, I don't think we'd be competitive. We can never be as cheap as the publicly funded institutions. So we want to provide an alternative. So we said, what if we make a shorter term option that's more lab based? Because a lot of the feedback I think that students have, at least in the HVAC world, from what we've heard out of public institutions, is good program, but we wish there was more time actually on the machines and less time just reading textbooks and doing quizzes. So our whole approach, and it sounds like this was mirrored by some of the people who went before me, which was, okay, well, what if we make it a shorter term program, but we really emphasize the lab time? And if you walk into our classroom, you see that the entire periphery, all the walls are covered with HVAC machines, and so the days start with talking about some theory. But for a very large portion of every single day, the students are on the machines themselves. And just like the individual said before, from another HVAC school, he was saying how his graduates finish, and then when they get taken on at companies, the feedback that the companies give is that the people from, it sounds like his program, and I'll say it for mine too, are actually coming in better prepared, which is, counterintuitive, but I think it speaks to the fact that it's the short-term, high motivation, high energy, high intensity, high hands-on environment for weeks. And believe me, if I put any one of you four on an AC system for 4 weeks straight, ripping it apart and tearing it apart and putting it back together, I bet you'd all be pretty darn good at AC systems too, even just after a few weeks. So that's our approach, and we've had good results. Placement's been good, student satisfaction's been high. If you look us up online, you can see our reviews. I think we're still maintaining a 5.0 average review from our students, which is great. So far, so good.
Okay, great. Thanks for that update.
Commissioners, any further discussion? No? Any comments from the public? No? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
So moved.
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you all. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the Barbering Academy, number 13026. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise the digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Yes, good morning, everyone. It's Tisnet Riveron Perdomo. I am the owner and director of the Barbering Academy. Legal counsel Mark Murray is on the line as well.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, commissioners, any discussion? No? Any comments from the public or anything that the representatives from the institution would like to share?
There's a low graduation rate that's on the summary sheet, so I don't know if maybe the school could address that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's based on the timing of the report. We went to the timing of the report for 2024, July through June. The school went to this is a new campus for me. I've had Doral since 2022. This is the newest campus. We opened officially in January of 2025. So it was only a reporting based on like 5 or 6 months of operations since we went in front of the commission for provisional license in November of 2024. And as I mentioned, we opened officially classes, etc., January of 2025. So the reporting of July 2024 through June of 2025 was only really based on like 5 months, 6 months of operations. Currently, we do not have, we have 100% graduation rate placement. We haven't had any withdrawals. I believe we provided updated numbers that reflect this.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
And additionally, I'll add too that the on-site visit, which is listed as a contingency here, was completed earlier this month with no findings.
I do have a question, just out of curiosity. I'm looking at your restricted barber program, and of the total hours, 600 hours, 400 of it is laws and rules and safety and sanitation, and only 200 is actually cutting, cleansing, beard trimming. So it feels like the actual hands-on of the learning is only a fraction of the total hours of contact hours. Is that like 325 hours is solely safety, sanitation, and sterilization? I'm just trying to understand because it's a newer program for me to see.
There's no, I believe it's half and half, Commissioner, half of theory and then half of practical, so that they get those hands-on training.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess I don't know necessarily what. So there's 100 hours of services in there, and then 325 of safety, sanitation, and sterilization. So I wasn't sure what the content of that course was, being
Right.
that so much of your hours is that class.
The restricted program has a little bit less of the hands-on when it comes to the portion of like the chemical, the treatments, et cetera, that they don't have to participate in. But it should be half hands-on training and half of the practical and the theory when it comes to the textbook and the classroom time.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thank you.
And commissioners, this institution did complete their on-site visit. It was actually completed May the 20th of 2026 was when that was closed. So the items in front of you are produced prior to that, so they're lagging a little bit. But at this time, I would like to remove that contingency. So it will just be granting the annual license, which shall remain active and valid through March 31st, 2027, and ordering that the institution make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license no later than 120 days prior to March 31st, 2027.
Great. Thank you. And a quick aside comment, it's not substantive for anything that we're discussing, but kudos to your web designer. Your site has beautiful micro interactions.
Oh,
so
thank you.
Yeah, tastefully designed. Very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. So without further ado, well, first let me ask, so I don't get called out on this again. Is there any public comment? All right. Hearing none, to have a motion to adopt the amended staff recommendation.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
Next on the list is Bellissimo Laser Academy, number 13014. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning, I'm here. My name is Maria Juliana Martinez Yuscaregui, and I'm the school director of Bellissimo Laser Academy. And yeah, I'm the only one here for representing the school.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, beat me to the question, right? Commissioners, is there any discussion? No? It seems like a straightforward case with high retention and graduation rates, and for relative to the amount of students that they have, of course, and it's free and clear of any contingencies. Is there any public comment or anything that the representative would like to share with the commission?
No, everything is very clear. We review the staff recommendation, and we are going to start the renewal like next month, as recommended.
Thank you. So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations and thank you. At this point, would it be appropriate, Director Hurst and Mr. Junta, to revisit Bright Education Institute?
It would be.
Okay, great. So we'd like to bring Bright Education Institute number 3452 back to the table for consideration. If there's anyone here from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Good morning. This is Bob Harris again on behalf of Bright Education Institute, and I apologize for not being here earlier. I thought this was going to be in a different section of the agenda. I also contacted my client. I'm not sure whether she's been able to get on the call as well. She was not aware that this would be coming up today. But again, I'm ready to address some of the issues that are in there if Mr. Jensen wants to explain or the executive director wants to explain the recommendation from the staff first.
Sure. We have indication that she is on the line. She may or may not be muted.
Okay.
Hey, good morning. My name is Wella Femina. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Junta, would you like to introduce this discussion?
Sure. So, Commissioners, you each have the staff recommendation. I believe, if I may say so, that the summary sheet, I think, is self-explanatory. Are there any questions that you Commissioners have, or if you want me to, I guess I can give a summary. But
That would be wonderful if it wouldn't be too taxing on you.
Of course not. So, gosh, where to begin with this institution? So, Bright Education has been licensed by this commission since 2007. It currently offers a massage therapy diploma program and 5 other diploma programs. The commission received on or about April 13th a detailed complaint from the Federation of State Massage Therapy Board, as well as a student complaint containing documentation indicating that as of January of this year, graduates from this institution's massage therapy program are unable to sit for the NBLEX, which is the licensure exam for those who would be licensed massage therapists in Florida or in the vast majority of the states and jurisdictions of this union. In addition, commission staff have conducted multiple unannounced visits in March and April of this year and found that the institution has been operating in the institution has not been present in order to give access to on-site, to commission on-site visitors to inspect student records, despite multiple attempts. The institution has communicated to commission staff that it has been operating the theory portion of one or more of its programs online via Zoom. The institution is not authorized by this commission to offer any portion of its programs online. You have documentation in front of you demonstrating that the reason that the FSMTB, let me take a look here. The reason that they rendered graduates from this school ineligible to sit for the licensure exam has to do with a rather lengthy history of alleged noncompliance by Bright Education with the requirements of the Federation of Massage Therapy Boards, culminating in the arrest of the institution's owner, Ms. La Femina, in January on multiple counts of alleged felony loan fraud. Those allegations are detailed in the summary sheet. Let it suffice to say that Ms. La Femina is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But that just provides some historical context for what's going on with this institution. Notably, the institution itself in its communications with staff has attributed its lack of physical presence at the institution to, quote, the current circumstances. And consequently, your executive director's recommendation is to deny the institution's pending application for annual license on several grounds, namely that it's operating portions of its approved massage therapy program and other programs via unapproved Zoom classes without first obtaining commission approval for the same. In fact, I would recommend an edit to paragraph 1 under the recommendation. I think we wrote here approved massage therapy program. As far as we know, it's multiple programs that are being offered via Zoom. Second, that Bright Education has violated the relevant sections of statute and rule by repeatedly failing to make its facility accessible for unannounced on-staff site visits and evaluations. And then third, the third allegation contained in the recommendation section is that because the vast majority of the institution's enrollees are in the massage therapy program, these students and graduates are unable to sit for their licensure examination. Accordingly, the institution is no longer able to document or to prove that successful completion of its massage therapy program will make the graduate eligible to take the state licensure examination, which is also a violation of rule. In addition, I have an additional violation the commission might want to find. If you visit the institution's website, the website lacks any disclaimer or disclosure of the fact that its massage therapy graduates are not presently eligible to sit for their licensure exam. In fact, when you click on the massage therapy portion of the website, the very first thing that pops up, and the website is www.brightedu4u.com. The first thing that comes up is a big banner that says, "Become a licensed massage therapist." In fact, the enrollees in this institution for now cannot become licensed massage therapists in the vast majority of U.S. jurisdictions. And I would recommend, your executive director recommends adding that as an additional finding of violation. So the staff recommendation, and I will be wrapping this up, is to deny the pending application, and pending the issuance of a final order issuing a narrowly tailored cease and desist, namely an immediate cease and desist of any and all enrollments and continued instruction in the massage therapy program. However, the recommendation is to provide that your executive director will expeditiously issue a stay of that cease and desist pending entry of a final order when certain conditions are satisfied. And I understand that was a mouthful. If you have any questions, I'm prepared to address them.
One quick question. The on-site visits that we try to perform, it was done during the stated times that we knew that classes should have been happening on campus, so it wasn't just some random time. We actually went when we knew the school had stated they would be having classes in person, correct?
That's correct. The on-site visits were scheduled for actually various periods of time within the window advertised on the school's website, morning, afternoon, and evening. When the institution represented to commission staff that the theory portions were being offered via Zoom, but that practical instruction was being offered on the campus on Tuesdays and Thursdays, the commission's on-site visitor, and this is detailed in the report that's an exhibit to the summary sheet. Our visitor called the institution's bluff and showed up on Tuesday and Thursday and found the campus was closed.
I'm curious to hear from the school, I guess, an explanation on understanding on that matter, if that's possible.
Commissioners, hey, this is Bob Harris, and let me go ahead and respond on the larger issue first, and then I don't have any information, and I'll let Ms. LaFamina explain the situation about students being there during the on-site and so forth. I don't have any information about that from her. But let me explain I guess the larger issue, why this is happening, and kind of explain a little bit about why there may be some question about being there for on-sites. some time ago, in order to give more options to their students to be able to pay for their education, Ms. LaFamina engaged with a gentleman out of New York who had a long history of in other words, basically being able to provide loans to students, and it was well represented, well considered, and recommended to her, and so she did. And it was good for a while. Then apparently, and we don't know where this person is now. There's actually been efforts to try to find him. But she got involved. And so all these allegations that came about have never existed before until this gentleman got involved. And so let me make it clear that even though Ms. LaFamina was arrested, this was in January, it is now the end of May, and not a single charge has been brought against her by the state attorney. Ms. LaFamina has hired really someone who I think in the state of Florida is one of the best criminal defense lawyers and one of the most well-respected criminal defense lawyers in the state, who's been working with her, working with the prosecutor. And so today, the reason why the school doesn't have a lot of students, and the reason why a lot of the times the students are not there is because, frankly, Ms. LaFamina, just like it would be for any of us if we were walked in accused of something we know we didn't do, that someone else may be involved with, that's gone rogue and isn't not be able to be found, but you're accused of these things when you're sitting there with that on your head for the past 5 months. And so as a result of that, and I think by the nature, and she would admit this to you all, this has kind of crushed her and crushed her ability to run the school. There are still students attending the school, but the whole bottom line is this has really been something that was not expected by her, and it's taken her for a loop. I've had conversations with 2 of the lawyers that have been working with her to try to get through all of this, and all of this is because of things that, frankly, and I've explained to her, ultimately she is responsible as the owner of the school, but these are things that were not caused by her, but unfortunately she is suffering from them. And I can tell you, being named in your picture in the paper, being accused of these kind of things is pretty tough, especially when it's nothing you expect, especially when it's something you were not involved with directly. And we don't know if any of these allegations are fraud or true, but if anything did exist, it was not done directly by Ms. LaFamina. Again, please understand, I've had 10 conversations with her about ultimately all responsibility for this school falls on you. But please understand what it has meant to her. She's owned this school for many years. We've had no issues ever until this issue was brought on with bringing someone to try to assist her students. And now you have these allegations which she was not involved with. And unfortunately, because he's vanished, cannot resolve. But again, no charges have been filed by the state attorney. That should tell you a lot about whether, in fact, there's any reason to believe that she was involved in any of these activities. I think the charges would have been brought weeks and weeks ago. But in terms of the issue about school being opened, I would imagine not being there is probably as much about being afraid of what is facing her, which I understand. So if you want to ask questions about Ms. LaFamina directly about the issue of offering programs by Zoom, that's a really good question. And explanations of why students are not there on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that's a good question. You're entitled to an answer to that question. I just don't have that information.
Okay. Thank you for that background. If Ms. LaFamina is on the line, could you address some of the questions that have been posed by the commission or staff and which were not addressed by Mr. Harris?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, currently we only have a few students, and we are not enrolling for massage therapy program. And we conduct the clinics Tuesdays and Thursdays. We only take an appointment. We will not take anyone from public or unannounced visit. Maybe that's why they said visitor inspector could not get in. And yeah, it's been suffering since January or this happened. but we still active and just get through. And another attorney, his name Mr. Michael Dotko, that since the charges have not been filed yet, and I think, sorry.
Wei, it's okay. Just do the best you can, please. Wei, it's okay. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jensen, I knew this would be difficult for her. Let me add one other thing too, because Mr. Jensen mentioned about the students not being able to take the test. I have been in direct contact with the attorney for the federal association that manages the MCLEX as to why, and they specifically have told me, and I have it in writing, I've got emails, that the reason why they have not allowed students to sit, and I've explained to them, I said, the students haven't done anything. The students should be allowed to sit for the test. They've completed their programs, they should be allowed to sit. And they haven't allowed students to sit specifically because of these allegations that have been made. Again, no charges filed, but allegations made. They've not allowed these students to sit. If the FSMBTV would do their job and allow students to sit for this exam, a lot of these issues would go away. But it is their decision not to allow, and it's because of what, again, I've got letters from their attorneys. It's because of these allegations that have been made against Ms. LaFamina. That's the primary reason. And so it's unfortunately a tough situation. Students are ready to take the test. They're not allowed. And these allegations have been sitting here for 5 months with no charges filed. And it's really unfair, mostly to these students, but unfair to her as well, to have these allegations sitting out there and not file actual charges showing the proof that they have that, in fact, she has done something wrong. Let me suggest this, if I can. Rather than a denial at this point, what I think the commission needs is more information. And so if we could arrange a site visit so you can look at every record that you want to look at and talk to students and see if they've been actually doing the clinical work and those kinds of things, so that the commission will feel more comfortable where they are going. She's not going to enroll any additional students until this gets resolved. Unfortunately, that's very difficult, obviously, to not have any enrollments and have income coming in. But again, I think at this stage, rather than denial, let's see what information that can be provided very openly with transparency so the commission feels comfortable with what information they need. And if ultimately at the next meeting, the information you gather is enough to close the institution, or if charges are actually brought and the students will not be sitting for the exam, then we can move in that direction. But that's what I would ask at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Some very specific questions here. One, how many students are in the institution right now?
Wei, how many students?
In total, like for massage, we have about 7. And for skincare, we have 3. And nail have 2. And cosmetology 1. And the medical assistant have 1.
One point of clarification that Mr. Genta had mentioned earlier, that there was a historical concern from the group, MBLEX group, that that allows us to sit for the test, and this recently happened in January. So how far back does the historical concerns about students sitting for the MBLEX occur, and what examples were provided? Because again, this is relatively recent, and if they haven't been able to sit for a while, or this has been a trend for why the students can't sit for MBLEX, that would be something that actually happened that preceded that. Is there a concern that's lasted longer than January? Because that might have something to do with it as well.
Yeah, that's good question. Wei,
It's March.
Yeah, prior to all this stuff coming out, has the FSMBT not allowed some students to test? Has that happened before?
That was 2017 when I took over the ownership. 2017. It was that was about 9 years ago. Yeah, that was because during the change of ownership, they put the students on hold for a while, for several months, but it's being resolved.
Okay, so any other students being denied access since
No.
that time from 2017 until this arrest in January? Any other students being denied as
No.
far as you know?
No,
Okay.
yeah, and starting this March because they heard about the arrest.
If I may, Vice Chair Stefano, so just to be clear, you know, the complaint provided by the Federation of Massage Therapy Board examiners is provided in order to offer some historical context. The letter is dated April, so the complaint that was filed a few months after they issued this cessation of testing for Bright Education's graduates. And it provides some context. The executive director is not recommending that the commission at this time adopt all of the accusations, or for that matter, any of the accusations in the complaint as its own. We have not had what I would consider sufficient opportunity to, verify all of them. That said, if an administrative complaint is filed, they will be looked into more deeply, and the notice of intent amended if appropriate. If I may, commissioners, and I'm speaking here on behalf of your executive director, I think we might have, based on the testimony we've heard, we might have additional violations to allege. Namely, according to the institution's own testimony, so even if we interpret the facts in a way most favorable to the institution, for the sake of argument, let's assume that Ms. La Femina is totally innocent of any criminal activity in this matter. We heard testimony that she gave access to an individual. She gave an individual who is not a documented faculty member access to student records that should have been secured. She gave a stranger access to these records, put him in a situation where he could access these records and commit the fraud in her name, and which harmed students. I believe that that is a violation of Standard 3 in the rules, and I would posit that it's a violation of Section 100538, subsection 4 Florida statutes, namely the operating of an institution in a manner contrary to the health, education, or welfare of the public. And I think you have heard sufficient evidence for both of those violations, and I propose that they be added to staff recommendation and adopted accordingly.
Would it be possible to hear directly from La Femina a response to these allegations and this situation? I mean, Mr. Harris, I mean, you're very eloquent, as usual, but given the gravity of these things that we're wrestling with, I mean, and that she's on the call, I mean, I understand that it might be emotionally taxing, but it would be good for this commission to hear from her a response to these allegations, and just what is her stance on this, and is there any is there any response that she could offer to the commission?
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Chairman. I do understand. Wade, can you respond to the question? There was the allegations just made by Mr. Junta about providing access to student records by someone who was not, officially associated with the school. Could you explain that situation as best you can factually? Again, understanding that there are pending criminal charges. You've been arrested, not charged, but pending. If you feel uncomfortable answering those questions, that's fine. I understand that. But if there's anything you can say, please go ahead.
This is the same person who was involved handling the student loan application, and he did have the access of the students of the one of the instructors speaking bilingual, and so yeah, he is the same person who handling the loan process.
Okay.
Did I answer the question?
And this individual is not an employee of your organization.
He was involved with the school. He is from Wall Street, and he was introduced by previous commissioner, Mr. Levi Williams. And I would not say he's an employee. Probably he would be considered the third party of the student loan processor.
Was that his only relation to the institution? Because I believe you mentioned something about bilingual and teaching, and it wasn't clear to me what you were articulating. If you could just stipulate clearly what his role was and what kind of access he had, and the context of that access.
Okay, his major thing was handling the loan processing, and he set up the loan relationships with credit claim company and what's the other one? Adley and Meritize. And he did the advertising on social media, and he worked with one of the instructors who is bilingual, English and Spanish. So they did the whole pipeline. And those students who don't, the bilingual instructor made the appointments and bring the students to the school. And if the students cannot do the payment plan, so she brought the students to this person, to him, and handling the loan process. See if they will get approved so they can do the program.
Mr. Chairman,
So
any other questions?
these students voluntarily took out these loans knowingly?
I believe most of them they do, and the whole thing started is because the bilingual instructor who was also handling some of the admission, she was blackmail me. I don't know if I should say that on this public call. And she was blackmail and threatening me or pay for her this, pay for her that, pay for this loan. And I said no. And she said I would feel sorry. And she said she would work with the students against me and against my school. And that's exactly what happened. After I fired her.
At this point, I'd like to ask if there's any public comment regarding this institution.
Vice Chair Stefano, may I ask a question of Ms. La Femina?
Absolutely.
And
okay.
I may answer it since it's you asking, but okay.
Right, I understand that. This individual that we were just speaking about, was he a paramour of yours, Ms. La Femina?
What's paramour mean?
I'm sorry, were you romantically involved with this individual?
We're not going to answer that question, Mr. Genta. That's entirely inappropriate, please.
I don't believe it is.
Well, I believe it is.
Certainly,
Thank you.
it certainly would speak to the school owner's judgment of the kinds of persons she's letting, giving access of student records to.
Yeah, I disagree. We're not going to answer that question. That's unfortunate. Thank you.
If I could resume my previous question about public comment.
There is none.
Okay. Commissioners, just to open the discussion with you, I mean, at this point, I think that there are sufficiently concerning indicators that the staff recommendation is more than warranted. My larger concern is that with 14 students total at the institution, and this being the largest comparative program, I don't know what kind of impact this might have on students in the other programs. But I do think that the staff recommendation as stated is warranted. Could I have the pulse by the other commissioners?
I agree. I think in addition to the additional information, I think that Mr. Junta had added, I think so as well. I agree with staff recommendation.
Agreed.
Yeah. And Mr. Harris, I mean, I appreciate the efforts of trying to best represent your clients, but I mean, yeah, I'm sure you can appreciate that there is a substantive difference between pointing to gaps in information as a basis for delaying a motion, as opposed to presenting affirmative information that might sway the direction of that motion, given the nature and gravity of the indicators that we currently have.
Mr. Chairman, I fully understand.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you. Just wanted to share that just out of respect and courtesy for you.
And Vice Chair, I would recommend before taking the motion to allow council to restate his or repackage, including the items that he mentioned, the new items that he mentioned during this meeting, for clarity purposes.
Okay, no problem. And will he be rereading the entire staff recommendation with those included?
I will not.
Okay. I was just going to say, everyone might want to take a stretch before that. So,
no, I will not. So this is just to make it clear for the record what additional allegations are being added if this commission so votes. So I would say add a violation of fair consumer practices. I'm not going to belabor on statutory or rule specifics. I mean, you know what? I guess I kind of briefly will. Okay. Rule 6E, violation of Rule 6E 1.00325, fair consumer practices for the advertising and disclosure violations, which I noted earlier. There are other sections of Chapter 6E, Florida Administrative Code, which cover those same alleged violations of advertisements and disclosure. And then as well as a violation of 100538-4, Florida statutes for operating an institution in a manner contrary to the welfare of the public, and as well as a violation of Standard 3, that's Rule 6E 2.0043, for the aforementioned reasons, namely giving this individual access to student records and thereby precipitating all of the subsequent happenings.
Do I have a motion for the updated staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. The motion carries. And thank you to the school owner and Mr. Harris for being here and sharing with us your responses and answering our questions. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
All right. So at this point, I believe we should break for lunch. If we could, it's 12:13. We'll say 12:15. We could be back by what do you think? 1:15 or 1:30? What do you prefer?
1:15.
Yeah, 1:15 is fine.
Okay. We'll say 1:15. chances are camera will be back on by 1:30. So we'll we'll aim for 1:15. All right. And we'll be in recess until then. Thank you.
Commissioners, we are back from break.
Second. All right, welcome back, everyone. Next on our agenda is section E, application for extension for annual license. There are no items in this section. Section F is application for annual renewal. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion to take this section by consent passes. Now I'll ask Director Hurst and the commissioners if there are any they'd like to pull in addition to number 8, which is being pulled because it's affiliated with Commissioner Giuliano, who will abstain from voting on the item. Director Hurst.
Well, first, number 1, 4 Geeks Academy has waived their 90 days and will not be considered at this meeting. The ones I would like to pull are number 2, number 8, as we stated earlier, number 12, number 19, and number 29.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Giuliano?
I have no additional.
Okay. Commissioner Lin?
No additional.
Commissioner Caballero?
None additional?
Okay. I don't have any additional either. Are there any public comments or any comments by the representatives of any of the schools that have not been pulled? Namely 3 to 7, 9 through 11, 13 to 18, 20 to 28, or 30 to 35?
There is no one on the line.
Okay. So commissioners, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendations for the schools not pulled, which I have just read?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion to adopt staff recommendation for those institutions is carried. Now we'll turn to the institutions that have been pulled. We'll beginning with institution number 2, 5-Star Training Center, number 1964. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Here. Good day. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
You're Carlene Kennedy,
Director of 5-Star Training.
Director of 5-Star Training Center.
Okay.
Is the connection good?
It seems like it's improved. It was sounded a little touch and go a moment ago.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm here.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the call with you?
No, but Charles is here just in case I need him. Charles Kennedy.
Okay. And what is Mr. Kennedy's role?
Mr. Kennedy is, I'm administrator and he is director of training.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Commissioners, any discussion?
Well, why was this one pulled?
I believe Dr. Hurst requested this one. So would you like to initiate the discussion?
Yes, I would be happy to. So 5-Star Training Center appeared at our March 27, 2026 commission meeting to apply for their annual license. The commission identified several concerning deficiencies in their application at that time and issued a 90-day licensure delay. They also ordered the institution to appear back at the May 29th virtual meeting to answer any questions, any concerns about the long-term viability of the institution and its ability to comply with the licensure standards. They did reply back to the clerked order and they submitted documents, responsive documents, and the item that is outstanding is listed as a contingency in front of you.
Is there anything the institution would like to share with the commission regarding this?
No, I just that my accountant had called, said that he received a call from someone from from CIE, and he was able to satisfy a request. And then there's the issue with the graduation rate. This word retention, because I was a primary school teacher. When I say retention, I think of a retention pond. I think of retaining them because they didn't pass the class and they have to go. Charles, it seemed like it moved. Are you there? Charles? Yeah. Seemed like it moved. Hello? They're not hearing me.
We're here, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
I'm thinking of a retention pond, where you keep something. So for the primary school, in reference to the primary school, they didn't pass. So I'm retaining them for the next, for them to repeat the grade. I keep forgetting that, the CIE uses it in a different term, meaning that they stayed until they graduate. That's all. It's just a minor oversight.
So you never have any drops?
No, never.
No student that ever started, ever dropped?
None. Zero.
But apparently none have graduated either.
No, they all graduated. That's the thing. When I'm so busy at the word retention, I'm thinking we kept them there because they failed. They all graduated. They just never drop out of class. Nobody dropped out. They all graduated.
Ms. Kennedy, when looking at your 801 form, you're reporting that there are 99 graduates, but you also stated that you filled out the form that 0 graduated within 1.5 times of the program.
That was Charles' oversight. But I just want to reiterate that all of them completed the program. All of them, none of them dropped out. Never with HHAs. So from now on, I'll just pay attention to ensure that it's done correctly, because Charles is the one that does that. That's his minor part.
Can you talk to me about the placement?
The placement, most of the time when we train them, jobs refer people here to be trained because, they get their training and they're happy with, the proficiency of the employees. So they're placed, 100% placement, 100% placement. That's why we only take 99 to 100 students per year.
And how are you tracking placement?
They call back when they are employed. They call back when they're employed, or they were referred by the job for training.
So the reason that we're here today is because you didn't complete, there was a lot of deficiencies at your annual renewal for the renewal for your annual license. Can you explain when you did your annual renewal the first time, or the most previous time, how did you have so many deficiencies? What happened and what has changed since then?
I responded to the clerk and fixed what needed to be fixed. It was just an oversight on Charles's side. And then when she called the accountant, he was able to clarify. I'm not aware of anything else other than those two.
Well, there was a retention and completion management plan that was asked for, fire inspection, graduation improvement plan, executed externship agreements, program disclosure document was not there, continuing education hours for several of your people weren't there, payment hadn't been made to the Student Protection Fund. I mean, there was a whole list of things.
That's all been paid.
So
It's all paid.
I know it's
Everything
done now, but why wasn't it done the first time?
It was just an oversight on my part. It was an oversight on my part. And for the 30 plus years that I've been doing it, I mean, we have been compliant. We have been compliant. And this is just an issue oversight on my part. That's all. Most of it is corrected. I guess I need to go on and change that graduation rate to, I just have to fix it. Go on there and fix it. Look at it this time. Oversee it this time. That's all.
Okay.
Just a quick question. I have no place to doubt these metrics being accurate, but I've rarely or ever seen 100% placement, 100% completion. I mean, we're talking nobody having a health reason why they dropped out of school or moved out of the state.
None. Believe it or
100%
not,
placement.
believe it or not, HHA, that's why I only focus on that program because it's an immediate program. Most of my HHAs are now ARPs, RNs that they come here for their CEs every 2 years.
Okay, so a total percentage of your population, how many of them are B2B, where a business sends their employees to you to get this diploma? Would you say a good portion? I would understand
Yes.
placement if it's a B2B. So, what percentage would you say would be employer, provided?
No. There are agencies that we refer them to for work. But then I also have, employers who like our training. Like during COVID, I mean, the hospital allowed them HHS to work, and they were sending them there for training here because they're trained properly, and that's why I only focus on HHA.
A question, how many students do you have in the medical assistant and patient care technician programs?
None, zero, because
Zero.
we are cash school. We don't accept financial aid. So the money, people can afford the costs.
Okay.
So all your students are home health aid?
Just home health aid. That's what we focus on because we are a CE broker provider. We are a C broker provider. We are also a testing center for Register Blasts. Florida Certification Board. So we don't need more than 100 HHA for the year. 98 to 100, depends on how many registered. We're good. And we've been surviving for the last 30-something years.
So back to my previous question, who at the school is in charge of compliance or dealing with CIE in general? Is there one person assigned to that?
I am assigned to it, but Charles has a part to fill in this data information. But I didn't overlook it. I didn't look at it this year. When he submitted it, I didn't look at it. So that was my oversight, and I really apologize. I'll go back and fix it, whatever I need to do.
Is Charles now assigned to help you with that?
He's been helping me with it, but I'm just going to ensure that it's done correctly.
Okay.
I never overlooked his work.
I didn't overlook it this time.
Overlook his work.
I assume you've got several notices that it was due. Were did the notices come to you, or who do they go to?
They go to Charles.
Quick question. You said that medical assistant and patient care technician, you don't have any students in those programs. How long have you been having these? I'm sorry.
For
Advertising.
For like 30, as long as we've been licensed. What, 30-something years we've been licensed?
Okay, so you haven't had population in those programs? And I guess this is a question maybe for
No, because what they do is, they ask if we have financial aid, and we tell them, no, we don't accept financial aid. We don't want to be a part of financial aid. We don't want any government funding. We're just fine with cash programs. So we have it here just in case if our children want to offer it in the future and upgrade on it, they could do it. But for now, no, just the HHA.
What's the common practice on how long we can hold a program approved under the state without actually having active population before that approval is no longer valid? Or is there a practice or precedent on that?
There is not a set term on this. Since she is no longer offering it, I would suggest, because she's not submitting documentation related to these programs anymore, that at this point she terminate those programs with CIE, and then she can reapply at a future date if she would like to add those programs back, and then she can demonstrate compliance with standards.
And sometimes, when you advertise certain programs that you're not offering, it could be seen as a bait and switch at times where, we're not offering this, even though it's in our catalog and we're advertising for it, but we can get you into this other program, HHA, and that could sometimes cause concerns. But I don't know if that's something we could ask for her to do, but just a thought.
Ms. Kennedy, would you like to terminate those programs at this time?
Can we terminate it after 2028? Because they never call for those programs. Never.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you terminate them now, we can grant the termination of those two programs, then you'll still have your current HHA program. And then if you determine that you would like to add those programs back to your offerings, you can apply with those through the commission, and you'll just go through the normal program approval process.
Okay. No problem.
Would you like to, and I just want to confirm, so would you like to terminate, because I'm going to change the language a little bit in this. I'm confirming you would like to terminate the medical assistant and the PCT program.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And Dr. Hirsch, could you also add a contingency for staff to just double check that the way that the rates are being calculated and they're being input is the way that they're supposed to? I'm just trying to think broadly here of how to classify the way that staff can kind of double check this, but want to make sure that this is all being done correctly.
Sure. So what I would suggest at this time is adding a couple of contingencies. So the first one stays as is. The second one would be submission of a corrected 2024-2025 Form 801 to adjust those numbers that she talks about. And the third one would be providing documentation to the commission, the documentation relied upon in determining the placement rate for the year 2024-2025. And then also granting the termination of the medical assistant program and the PCT program.
Do you have a motion to adopt the updated staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our list is
Thank you.
institution number 8 that was pulled due to Commissioner Giuliano's affiliation.
I will abstain from this conversation.
All right, Coastal Technical Institute number 5973. If there's anyone here from the institution or anyone additional, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Bill Atkinson, co-owner, Coastal Technical Institute.
Okay, great, thank you for being here. Commission, any discussion? All right, well, I emphatically appreciate you lending us your colleague. It's just a great contribution to this commission. There are no staff recommendations listed. Is there any public comment on this institution? Okay, hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Motion.
Second.
Right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The next is institution number 12, Edward Health Institute and Training Center, number 5780. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Dr. Hirsch, would you like to initiate the discussion?
Yes, I would. So the institution in front of you, we are finding that they fail to be in compliance to hold an annual license due to the 8 stated deficiencies. We are recommending denying their application for an annual license pursuant to the Florida statutes and the Florida Administrative Code. I would like to make one little technical change to this. If you'll give me 1 second. On the top section where it says find that the institution fails to be in full compliance to hold an annual license pursuant to section 1005.318 Florida statutes and rule 6E-2.002 2A Florida Administrative Code. I would also like to add the statement and the institution also fails to be in substantial compliance to hold a provisional license pursuant to section 1005.315 and rule 6E-2.0021.
I'm sorry, but it appears to me that what you read is already in my draft. Is it
So
also in?
it just says the annual part. It didn't have the provisional statement in there.
It says here, and that the institution also fails to be in substantial compliance to hold a provisional license pursuant to section 1005.315.
One moment.
But one anomaly I do see is just in the numbering. There's what's this, 1, 2, 3, 4? Oh, I guess that's a different, maybe.
And just to confirm, we're on number 12, Edward Health Institute.
Ah, I see. Okay. Yep, I clicked the wrong one.
It's okay. I'm trying to make the language actually consistent, so thank you for pulling the other one, because that's what I was trying to make it consistent with that one.
You had it, exactly. You had that one already there for 19, and I clicked the wrong link here. So number 12. Okay, perfect. Let me jump over. I had them all lined up here in tabs. And here we are. Yep. Okay. I see. Yeah, that's right. So I see it right here. All right. Is there any public comment on this matter or this institution?
There is none.
Okay. Nice. I see the delegate authority is already in here. So hopefully that means we don't need another motion. So can I have a motion to adopt the amended staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries.
Motion.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to number 19, which was one I accidentally clicked on. Inter-Miami Data Institute Vocational, number 4676. There we are. Is anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Yeah. Commissioner Hurst, any discussion or points that you wish to bring before the commission aside from the lengthy staff recommendation?
No additional besides what's in front of you.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any discussion? No. This one seems substantially well documented and pretty self-evident. Any comments from the public related to this institution?
Could I add one change to this? I'm sorry. I need to add one more thing to keep my language consistent. On the bottom of this one, could you please add the statement, delegate authority to the commission chair to enter a default final order if the institution does not timely file a petition for administrative review of this notice, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
That's great. That's part of that streamlining that I mentioned earlier in the meeting. That's fantastic. And one thing, just to make sure this is correct, the number 3 that's on the bottom of page 3, is that number correct?
Can you, where are you looking at again? I'm sorry.
Okay, so the numbering here is, I mean, it's non-sequential, but you have a set of 1 through 4, and then you have fine at the institution, etc. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then after the fourth one, there is a number 3 that's put again.
Yeah, that's a typo because the next page goes right to 6. So they
Yeah,
just
that's a
probably meant to
typo.
put a
It should
5 in
be
there.
5.
Yeah.
It was just misnumbered on one of them. There should be, there are 8 failures on that bottom one.
Right. Okay. So
And
if
we will
could-
make sure that they are appropriately numbered before we send it out.
All right, perfect. So we have those 2 modifications, right? Adding the delegation
Vice Chair,
and the.
Vice Chair Stefano, if I could have just a moment to just to give a quick look at something. Never mind, thank you.
All right. Is there any public comment related to this institution? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the amended staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. And the last that we have in this section is number 29, Tampa Truck Driving School, number 5380. If there's anyone here for the institution, please raise the digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay, Dr. Hurst, would you like to set the conversation for us with this one as well?
Yes, so this one is granting the application in part and denying the application in part for failure to submit a financial review or audit, as well as the 604 form. We are going to find that a substantive change has occurred due to those identified deficiencies, and then issue a provisional license based on the submission of the 7 contingencies listed. And the substantive change to language is being added to be consistent with how we've been doing them yesterday and today.
Okay. Commissioners, any further discussion? All right. Can I have a motion to adopt the updated staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. And that completes this section. Next section is G. There are no items in section G on the application for license by means of accreditation. Section H on the annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 14 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion to consider this section by consent carries. We will pull number 14 on account of its affiliation with Commissioner Caballero, who will abstain from voting on the item. I will ask each of you and Director Hurst if there are any that you would like to pull. Director Hurst, starting with you, are there
No.
any that you would like to pull?
No additional.
No additional. Okay. Commissioner Caballero?
No additional.
Okay. Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Lynn?
None additional.
And I have none additional as well. Are there any representatives or any members of the public who would like to comment on institutions 1 through 13 at this time?
There is no one on the line.
Okay. So do you have a motion to adopt staff recommendations for institutions 1 through 13?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Now we will look at institution number 14, which was pulled. South Florida Institute of Technology, number 2003. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There's no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? No? Are there any comments from the public regarding this institution? None? So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institution number 2003?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Welcome back, Commissioner Caballero. All right. And we appreciate so much your contribution to this commission. All right. Section I on the agenda is applications for program approvals and modifications. There are 10 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider the applications by consent?
So.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion to take this section by consent passes. I'll ask each of you if there's any you'd like to pull, beginning with Director Hurst.
Number 3, please.
Commissioner Caballero?
None additional.
Commissioner Lin?
None additional.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
And I have none additional as well. All right. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to make any comments regarding institutions 1, 2, 4 through 10 at this time?
There is one entity potentially. Could you let me know what school you were with? I believe you may be muted.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Cindy Anna. I'm with International Institute of Education, number 6.
Okay, great. So what I'll do is, to share it with you, I will pull that institution so that we can discuss it. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments regarding any institutions on the list that were not pulled, meaning 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 to 10?
There is no one else on the line.
Okay. So, commissioners, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institutions 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 through 10?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Now, since she's already on the line, we'll take institution number 6, International Institute of Education, number 5946. And then after that, we will turn to number 3. So welcome. If you could please reintroduce yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Cindy Anna Echeverry, the Director of Education for the institution. And I just had one quick question. I know that we met the contingency that was sent to us, but I just did have the question regarding the barber program, which was a modification. I wanted to ensure that it was going to be approved. That was our modification. Just wanted to make
And just
sure
so
that-
I'm clear, the application in front of you, which is the barbering 900-hour diploma new, is that what you're speaking to, that modification?
Yes. Technically, we had applied for it when we did our application for renewal of our annual license in October, but we never in our January meeting, it never got addressed. So we were assuming, okay, everything was okay and it was approved, but then it wasn't. So in contact with Mr. Saray, he requested that we submit some documentation, and we did. And that's why I was just confirming that it was approved. Modification.
So yes, so just to explain, so when you submit your annual application, that is with the programs that you currently have. If you would like a new program, which it appears in this case, this is the Barbering 900-hour diploma program, those are separate applications, and if they don't happen to correspond with your annual license, they're put on a meeting separately. So this item on the agenda is for the staff recommendation currently in front of the commissioners is granting approval of the barbering diploma program with one contingency.
Wonderful. Okay. And the contingency was met, so we're good. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful day.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And, commissioners, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for item number 6, International Institute of Education?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Great. Now we will consider number 3, D Empire Academy for Healthcare Education, number 6253. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Ms. Dwyer, I believe I see you on the line. Ms. Dwyer, you're unmuted on our side.
I'm sorry, can you hear us? We're having some technical issues. Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. All right, yes, my name is Jewel Dwyer. I'm the president. I'm sitting here also. I'll let her introduce herself.
I'm Beverly Dwyer, campus director.
Great. Dr. Hurst, I believe you suggested this one to be pulled. Would you mind initiating the conversation?
Yes, so the item in front of you today is for a practical nurse program. Commission staff recommendation is denial of that program due to the financials, which is the number 1, and the current number 2, which is the failure to demonstrate that the proposed program provides a sequence which leads to competence, and it speaks specifically to the clinical affiliation matrix. The institution did provide a new clinical affiliation agreement matrix, I believe it was yesterday, that has a couple of new or adjusted clinical sites on it. Those have been sent to all of the commissioners at this time for review. We still have concerns related to this clinical affiliation agreement matrix. Right now it has two different locations, one at a Lux Rehabilitation / Senior Living Facility, and the other is the simulation lab that is owned by the D Empire Academy. So at this time, the institution is stating that that Lux Rehabilitation is in acute setting. This does not appear to be an acute care setting. Acute care settings you usually typically see in hospitals and other short-term facilities. And we also have concerns related to the maternity and pediatrics are only in this simulation lab. So it does not appear that there's any clinical component that's a hands-on component for this at this time.
Is there anything the institution would like to say?
Okay, just for clarification, you were saying that the simulation lab, you're concerned that because it's not an acute setting?
No, it's your Lux Rehabilitation and your Senior Living Facility.
So long-term care, short-term care, and rehabilitation, yes.
Ma'am, I believe you're conflating 2 different statements the executive director made.
So the first concern is that there does not appear to be acute care, a facility that would be able to do acute care.
Oh, So that's what she said. She said on the matrix that there is no acute center that we're utilizing for the PM to do maternity, correct?
Correct. The affiliation agreement, you wrote acute on here, like on the competency taught, you wrote acute care, but this facility appears to do post-acute care.
Okay, so we have the first thing. Okay, so, we are, applying for a new program, LPN, our PN program. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, when we applied for the program, we had 5 programs that's, been approved with the LPN also, the PN program. It was licensed and approved, and it was on the, school portal. I went back on the school portal and looked, and it was gone. So I called the CIE, and it's 2024, and I spoke with someone, and she took it off. She said there's a lot going on out there, and she took it off. So she told me she's gonna give me a refund. So she was trying to give me the money back for the LPN I've been paying for all these years. So the program been put, and I had confirmation on that also.
So just to clarify, it appears that that PN program was removed from, you withdrew that PN program at a commission meeting and it was never approved. So that PN program is not approved by the commission. So the PN program that is in front of us today is your application for a PN program.
Yeah, but it was on my portal, the school portal, and they pulled it.
And it
Yeah,
could
but
have been something that, so when you added it to, and we're talking about years ago. So it could have been that when you had added that as part of your program, and at that meeting it was withdrawn, and then staff goes in to add them, it could have been added accidentally, and then as soon as that was brought to attention, it was removed, but that program was not approved by the commission
But,
at that meeting.
sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And to clarify, I don't think this school has ever been approved to have a PN program.
Okay, so can I speak now? Yeah, when I spoke to that person about it, why did you, pull the program? She said there's a lot going on out there, Beverly, and you know what's going on. I'm gonna try and refund you back your money. She had to take it, and she took it down while I was on the phone. And she didn't know I was there, and she said, that must be the mother. That's what she said, I was still there. And I said to her, I'm still here. Then she said, okay, Beverly, just wait until after the annual. You can go ahead with the PN. You can ask her.
And I think we have like documentation that of an approval date of March the 20th of 2020.
So sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm pulling up a document.
Our summary sheet says this school's been licensed since 2022.
Yes.
Yes. Approved in 2019, license 22, yes. And the LPN program was there.
Okay, so just to make this very clear. Currently, and as far as my knowledge goes, this institution has not had an approved PN program. So currently, you do not have an approved PN program. You are actually here today to review the application that you submitted for a PN program. So I just want to clear that right now. You do not have an approved PN program. You are here because you applied for a PN program, and that is what is in front of that is up for consideration by the commissioners.
Commissioners, there might be confusion here. Let me try to be as charitable as possible. I'm in a good mood. It's possible that the Board of Nursing might have approved this program, okay, in or around 2020, and she's confusing Board of Nursing approval of this program with approval by this commission. In order to lawfully operate any program, any nursing program, an independent post-secondary educational institution needs to have approval of both agencies. and staff are now confirming that the Board of Nursing approved this program in 2020. This commission never has.
But can I say something, please?
Certainly.
Okay, so when I was on the phone with Miss Susan Hood, she was trying to refund me back all the money I paid for the PN program. The PN program was there, you can ask her. And Miss Shelby told me that they pulled the program. She trying to refund me back the money, but the computer was giving a hard time because she think I know what's going on. What do you call it?
Oh, Operation.
Operation Nightingale. She told me, and I told her I'm not the type of person who do not pull the program.
Commissioners, I have no clue what's being talked about now. None of that is pertinent to this application.
Yeah,
There's a pending application for new program. It either meets standards or it doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
and please, if for those kinds of things, you could follow up with, Director Hirsch or the program specialist, after. But as far as this is concerned, we really need to address the question that's before us. Is there any comments from the public other than the representatives that are on the call related to this institution? Okay. Commissioners, is there any further discussion? No?
I'm still slightly confused, and I don't understand how they potentially got something from the Board of Nursing in 2020 if we say they've been licensed since 2022. Was there a gap there before they even got their license from us?
So the Board of Nursing, I mean, we can't speak for another agency. The Board of Nursing did not, in past years, always require institutions to first obtain approval from the CIE before they would approve applications. That process has since been streamlined. And as of now, the Board of Nursing's customary practice is not to approve programmatic offerings without prior approval of the institution for operation by CIE.
Okay.
And to also clarify a little bit of the confusion, this institution did appear in front of the commission in 2020 for a provisional licensure, but the provisional licensure was not actually issued until April 2022. So you have them appearing early, but then it taking a little bit of time to actually reach that provisional status. They were granted the provisional in April of 2022.
Thank you. So one of the issues with the PN program, and so since we have the school here, was financial resources. They have several years of negative net income. So if the school would like to address that, you have the floor to address how you're going to be able to finance the beginning of a newer, longer program like PN.
Okay, before we speak on that, did you all receive the letter that was sent to you all and then also from our CPA?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay. Okay, so what are, you just want to know exactly how we would plan to sustain the program?
Sure.
Okay, okay, so what we're focused on more is more marketing as far as driving in new students. And I know the finances have reflected some losses, over the few years, but we are committed to the growth of our institution.
And we do have the finance to cover everything. Yeah. And we are financially equipped.
So how are you supporting this? How are you supporting the losses? Is one of the partners supporting the losses for the school?
Oh, yes, we have no problem we have no problem with financial right now. We can support the school, we can pay everything, so we just have to work on more marketing, that's all. Sometimes it gets very slow, but we're not gonna give up. We're strong.
Commissioner Giuliano, did you want to invite the institution to address the question of whether, about the institution's assets?
Yes.
Namely the apparent lack of high-definition simulators and lab equipment for the program?
Would the school like to address that?
Yes.
Yeah, regarding the lab?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, I know you all had some concerns about that, and we did take the feedback very seriously, and we immediately moved into action. Since the last review, we had made significant improvements to our lab environment, equipment, and just overall everything from what you all told us to make sure that we'll be able to support the practical nursing program.
Can you be specific?
Mannequins?
We have the mannequin that we just have that goes through. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get my paperwork together because I don't want to just tell you off, without giving you detail as far as our simulator mannequins. It helps and it simulates oxygen therapy, how to do trach care, nasal catheterizations, feeding, gastric lavage. There's so much on here. Yes, and also it aids in labor and delivery also.
Those are high-tech mannequins.
What classification of mannequin do you have currently?
Oh, this is classification. The one deliver one, looking at.
No, she said, can you repeat that question?
Sure. What classification of mannequin do you have currently? Do you have the low, the medium, or the high one?
Oh, the I one. When you say the I one, it means like,
Yeah, did you hear her response? She said the high one.
So where is that indicated in your financials? We're not seeing that listed as an asset, and those are typically very pricey.
yeah, no, not that one. We just bought it the other day. Yeah, not the I one is really a lot of money on that one.
That's what she's asking. Do you have the low, the medium, or
I would say the medium, about the medium one, yeah. Not the low, not the high, but the medium one, yeah, so.
And how much was that mannequin?
Oh my God, about like two. One is 3,000. I don't have the receipt with me. 3,000 something for the mannequin, the medium one. I think it's 3,800.
And we don't have that exact receipt in front of us, so we do
I
apologize.
can send you the receipt.
So commissioners, what you have in front of you is that the institution is telling us that they now have a mannequin that wasn't reported to us, that doesn't appear in the financials right now. So there's not a way for staff to currently verify that that mannequin has been purchased for use of this program, nor whether it is the appropriate, that it would be the appropriate mannequin that they would need for their simulation labs.
Purchase it now.
I'll just
It
also
sounds
add.
like,
I'll also
sounds like
add,
a lot of, go ahead, Eric.
No, sure. That whenever testimony is offered without documentary evidence, it's up to you commissioners to determine whether to credit the testimony based on what you're hearing.
Well, I have no reason to, not believe what they're saying, but it seems like, especially with the paperwork we got just this morning with regard to the clinical sites, and we're just now hearing about equipment, it seems like they're on the way to getting ready for this PN program, but a lot of it has just happened in the last couple of weeks maybe, or last month. And so what are our options here? Is there a way to punt this and let them kind of regroup, redo their clinical matrix, send us all the equipment and the supplies that they've bought for this program and revisit? Is that an option, or is this accept or deny? What are our options here?
So staff has issued a 90-day licensure delay on this already. So the institution can waive their 90 days if they would like, and if the commission would like to accept that waiver of 90 days, they can be placed on a future meeting to demonstrate that they have the financial stability to have this program, as well as that they have the appropriate clinicals in place. At this time, though, if the institution would like to proceed, staff recommendation is a denial.
Okay, we'll, I don't know if we're still on, if we're unmuted, but we will take that 90 days.
To be clear, it's a waiver of your right to a decision within 90 days of your application being processed. So you are waiving your 90-day rights?
Sorry, can you just give us a little bit more detailed clarification so she can kind of understand what you're saying?
Sure.
And to be clear, that was just my opinion. There's other commissioners that could have different opinions as well. So I don't know. We don't want to put the cart before the horse here.
So after an institution has responded to the 30-day deficiency letters which are issued after an application is received, within 90 days of that response, the applicant, any applicant for any kind of a license in Florida, is entitled to a decision on that application, which means that the commissioners have to vote at this meeting either to grant the application or to deny the application. You may, however, waive your 90-day rights, and thereby the commission can take this up again at a future meeting. Your application would still be pending.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, we'll do the future meeting, and if I could
To
just.
be clear, no, I'm sorry, madam. I need you to say the words that you waive your 90-day rights.
Okay, and if we don't, because we're just trying to make this.
If you
decision.
don't, the recommendation is that the application is denied at this meeting. The commissioners have to vote at this meeting either to grant the application with or without conditions, or to deny the application. They have to, unless you say the magic words that you waive your 90-day rights.
So when we waive the 90-day rights, what they're explaining is that if you go ahead and don't do the 90 days, they can make a decision. And what they're saying, their decision today most likely would be to deny it.
But if you deny it, then we have to start over again.
No, they were explaining you have 90 days, is what the explanation is.
To get everything together, right?
Yes.
You have everything, money, and everything. Okay.
Just to be clear, your 90 days have already passed, okay? So if you don't waive, okay? So after you, within 30 days of you initiating your application, you received a letter from a program specialist telling you, hey, these items are still deficient in your application. At some point, you responded to that letter.
Okay.
After you responded to that letter, under Florida law, you are entitled to a decision on that application within 90 days. That same law allowed the commission to issue a licensure delay of up to 90 additional days. The commission's already done that, and so that's been exhausted. So you are entitled to a decision on the application. In fact, we have to. The commission has to make a decision at this meeting on the application. However, the commission can delay voting on the application if you waive your 90 days.
Okay, so you need us to say the words is what you said, correct?
Madam, do you waive your 90-day rights?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
So commissioners, it is up to you whether you would like to accept that waiver of 90 days or if you would like to take a motion, the motion in front of you.
I'm okay with waiving the 90 days and allowing them to be reheard in a future meeting. That's the question.
Thank you.
I'm going to recommend, I'm sorry, just to kind of facilitate this. So I think the motion would be to order them to appear at the July meeting.
If this is the direction that the commission wishes to pursue, then I think it's a good idea for us to stipulate the documentation that we would like to receive prior to that next meeting, and when that documentation would be due.
Yes, so this institution is going to be in a little bit of a situation in that the clinicals that are presented to you right now do not appear to be sufficient. It does not appear that they have acute settings, and it also appears that they only have the pediatrics and the obstetrics in a simulation lab. So they're going to need to find or enter into clinical affiliation agreements with entities that meet those standards. So that might be a situation where this takes them a little bit of time to find those clinicals and get them signed. So the burden will be on the institution. They will not have this program until they have demonstrated that and come back and shown us that. But they're going to need to get the clinical affiliations, and they're also going to need to demonstrate that they have the financial resources sufficient to include this program and to operate this program, as well as we need the controlling principles to be reviewed, compiled, or audited by a CPA. We're continuing to get the controlling principles, but they are not reviewed, audited, or compiled by a CPA. If the commission would like to put a limit on them and state by the July meeting that they submit documentation of the clinicals, I just don't know how quickly she would be able to find clinicals in these settings and get them executed by July. But that might be something that another commissioner would be more familiar with that time frame.
It just doesn't seem realistic to be able to get those financials and these executed agreements on time for consideration in the July meeting. Commissioners, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I guess if we vote on denying, it goes to then they can appeal the denial. I mean,
So yes, if you vote on denial, they can appeal the denial, but the institution, once the denial stands, the institution would have to restart the process. So they would have to resubmit the application to be approved for that program later, unless they prevailed through the appeal process. If you do the 90-day, if you allow them to exceed their time and waive their 90 days, it would allow them. They don't have to restart this process. So they can continue on with the application they have in front of them and submit the documents.
Can we push the September meeting, giving them more time to be able to get those things in order?
And to clarify, Eric wanted me to clarify my words. If we deny and they appeal that and then they ask for an hearing, they can cure those deficiencies and come back. But then they're going to have to go through the process of appealing, curing deficiencies in front of the commission, and then being granted the program.
The things that require curing are not insignificant. They're substantive.
Can we offer a word of clarification? Because it doesn't seem to me that the institution understands the significance of the fact that their maternity and pediatric, competencies are only in a simulation lab, okay? Under the rules of the Board of Nursing, PN students have to have experience in those things with, live human beings, okay? Live pregnant women, live babies, not just simulations. So that's the issue with the simulation lab. There's nothing wrong with simulations, but that's not sufficient clinical experience for a PN student under Florida law. I just want to make sure that the institution understands that, because I'm not sure that they do.
Right. And so for the institution, just to be clear, that means that your burden for establishing the required clinical affiliations is larger than just an affiliation for the acute care context. It's multiple clinical affiliations to satisfy the clinical dimension of a range of competencies as articulated.
And if I could add a word of advice to the institution as well. If they, right now, with one institution where you have one clinical affiliation agreement, they can only hold 12 students at a time. Because you're using one facility or are trying to use one facility, you would only be able to have 12 students a year.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay, for July meeting, I think I can get everything together to meet July meeting.
Can you accept that?
Whether it's the July or September meeting, if it's pushed out and they come in, they don't have everything cured, then that's when we can also rule on the denial at that point as well. And then they would have to start over. Otherwise, it gives them a, not
Commissioners,
insignificant, but a fighting chance, right?
you know, it's ultimately your call, but I'm just speaking from 3 years of, I don't know if it's cynicism or experience or what. They're not going to make it in time for the meeting in July. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. If you want to give them a chance, the September meeting is also in person. Why don't we, you know, if that's what you're inclined to do, maybe order them to appear in September and give them until Friday, July 31st to submit these materials. That's a full 2 months, and that will give staff enough time to evaluate documents. If they were to submit documents on June 30th, staff are going to be rushed. And I have a feeling that whatever they submit is going to need a couple of reviews.
Well, that's what I was suggesting September anyway. I mean,
Okay.
it's not impossible, but you need to get those affiliation agreements put together, and then again, certifying the financials. It makes more sense.
And to be honest, while, you know, I'm fond of boldness and, you know, intensity, I think just the thought that all this could be satisfied, you know, in a competent way before that meeting wearies me, that the gravity of what we're asking for isn't necessarily perceived in its proper scope. It's concerning, but I'm inclined to grant the extension, you know, of this and the submission date for July 31st as stated. Is that shared by the other commissioners?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Junta, could you help us formulate the proper motion?
Sure. So basically, disregard your staff recommendation. It's going to be an acknowledgement of waiver of 90 days and an order for this application to appear before the commission at the in-person September 25th meeting. Order the institution to appear via personal representative at the meeting. And that's going to be somewhere in the Orlando area. And order the institution no later than July 31st to submit all documentation that satisfies the concerns expressed at this meeting. And incidentally, I would strongly encourage the institution to try to get that documentation into your program specialist well before July 31st. In fact, don't submit that to your program specialist. Submit that to Mr. Jason Bowman. That's Jason, JASON .BOWMAN at FLDOE.org. Jason Bowman, you can also find his email online.
Okay.
And if you have any questions about, if you forget who you have to send that to, call our offices.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And we do appreciate the commission's guidance through this process. We received your concerns and we've listened very carefully, and we will definitely respond in action before the projected date.
Thank you. So do I have a motion to adopt the updated recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. This brings us to section J on the agenda, which is extension of provisional license for 1 year. There's one item in this section. Dermaline Skincare and Academy, number 13105. Is anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Director Hurst, is there anything about this institution you think should be discussed?
No, there is no additional information. Staff recommendation is to grant the extension.
Okay, commissioners? No? Any
No
public
comment.
comment? Any public comment? Okay. Hearing none, the motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Section K on the agenda is extension of license. There are 9 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider the applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion to consider a section by consent passes. I'll now ask Director Hurst and the commissioners whether there are any they would like to pull. Director Hurst?
None.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero?
None.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Lynn?
None.
I have none as well. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on any of the institution's items number 1 through 9?
There is no one on the line. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. There is someone on the line. Can you please identify which school you were with?
Hi, this is Esther Baderman from FlubHub. Just wanted to comment that we've been working with Chelsea, and she's amazing.
Thank you for the comment. We appreciate it. Did you need your school to be pulled?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation?
I'm sorry, there's one more person on the line. Can you please identify your school? Miss Alexis, I believe you're on the line, but we cannot hear you. We still can't hear you. Commissioners, you may proceed.
Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 through 9?
So
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. Thank you. Section L on the agenda is request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. There's one item in this section, and it is Mr. Driver CDL training and testing number 13257. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? No? Is there any public comment on the matter? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Section M on the agenda is substitute change approval. There are 6 original applications and 2 write-ins. Is there a motion to consider the 8 applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion to consider this by consent carries. I'll now ask Director Hurst and Commissioners whether there are any items they would like to pull, starting with Director Hurst.
Number 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Yes. Commissioner Caballero?
None additional.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Lynn?
None additional.
I have none additional as well. All right. Are there any members of the public or any representatives from the institutions numbered here as 4, 6, 7, or 8 that would like to make any comments to the commission?
And just for the record, number 7 is Alpha School of Massage, number 10309, and number 8 is Finley Institute of Nursing, number 5709.
Thank you. Dr. Hurst, is there anyone on the line?
There is no one on the line.
Great. So, commissioners, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institutions 4 and 6 through 8?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries for institutions 4, 6 through 8. Now we'll turn to those that were pulled, beginning with institution number 1, Donatello School of Nursing and Healthcare, number 9048. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. This is Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group. I'm here with the owners of Donatello.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Natasha Nicholas, and my husband.
Good afternoon. My name is Vito Nicholas.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So, Director Hurst, would you like to initiate this discussion?
Yes, so this institution is in front of you today to find that a substantive change has occurred due to the CNA's program has been placed on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing.
Right. Would the institution like to speak to that and, provide us with a response and a sense of your plans?
Currently, we're at 100% for 2026. When we started with a bumpy, it was brand new last year, so we did pretty well, but we didn't meet the branch mark. But as of right now, we are at 100% for this year.
Looking here at some of these things. Just noting that there's a current ratio drop from 6.3 to 1.04 in 1 year as current liabilities rose to 349. It's not a soundness failure, but working capital is still positive, but just worth taking a look at.
What's the status of your PN program?
We have voluntarily withdrawn it. The Teach Out plan has been submitted to CIE and also the Board of Nursing.
Okay. Voluntarily withdrawn. Was it on probation at the time?
Yes.
So your PN program is withdrawn and your CNA program is now on probation?
It is on probation, but we are working to hopefully get it off of probation for the next year. So like I said, it is positive as of right now. The students are doing well and we are passing. So we're withholding that 100%.
Okay.
Well, I see that you're on probation for the PN program. That's for several years of missing the outcomes, but this only shows, unless I'm looking at it wrong, only 1 year of missing it, and you're already on probation. Looks like you missed it in 25, and they put you on probation April of this year. Is that correct?
That's correct. I didn't know that they put you on within the first year. So it's brand new for me also. I was kind of had questions on that myself, but yes.
I haven't seen it either, so I wasn't sure if you were put on probation because of the PN program as well, but normally they treat them as individual programs, and I've never seen something put on probation after 1 year of test results, but okay. How many testers are you expecting this year for the remainder of the calendar year? Or how many more graduates do you expect to test? You said you're at 100% now. How many out of how many students?
Well, for the CNA program, it's a 6-week, 120 hours. So I can't give a definite number for this year.
But you're at 100% currently. Out of how many testers?
We have 18 students test this year.
And all 18 passed. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Is there any further discussion?
I'd make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Wasn't done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next on our list is Doxa Academy number 6051. Does anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Could you give us 1 second? There is an individual that's raising and lowering their hand. If you are from this institution and would like to speak to the commission, please keep your hand raised. Okay, I think we found you. You need to unmute yourself. Miss Angeline.
Yes, I unmute myself. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yes, good afternoon.
Afternoon. Could you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Angeline Diogene. I'm the owner of Doxa Academy.
Great. Is there anyone else on the call?
No, just me.
Thank you. Dr. Hurst, I believe you suggested this one would be pulled. Would you mind initiating the discussion?
Yes, so this institution had a notice of licensure delay at the March 27, 2026 commission meeting, and they were ordered to appear at this meeting. We requested, several documents to be submitted to the commission by no later than April 29th, 2026. I do not believe that we received a response back to that, and the recommendation is to deny the annual license for the deficiencies noted in the documents in front of you.
So a history of engagement and ample opportunity offered here. Commissioners, any discussion?
Can I say something?
Please.
I am usually compliant in submitting my documents and usually submit it early, but I had some serious physical challenge where I had rotator cuff injury bilaterally, and it required surgery. I was in a lot of pain, which caused me to miss a lot of days. If I get grace, I will make sure everything is submitted to you by next week, now that I'm doing better, but it was not deliberate, and I apologize for this.
Commissioners, I just want to observe that while it is, you are well within your prerogatives to invite the institution to waive its 90 days and to push this application to a future meeting, what the testimony you just heard raises, and we get this a lot, standard 3 concerns: administrative organization. An institution is supposed to have administrative capacities and contingencies precisely for these situations. And it's a recurring problem we've had with institutions.
In the past, I've always submitted all my documents, and I do keep copies of them. And I do have a staff. I have a program director, but submitting documents, I'm the one who mainly handle that. And my advisors and Miss Ariel can tell you I've always been on top of things, not only submit them, but submit them on a fast, not delay submitting documents. And I'm really sorry for this. I didn't anticipate it, but I will get on it because I do have everything. I will submit them as early as next week.
So the issue, and just the reason I bring that up, and I'm not trying to pontificate here, but so this is intended to be helpful, is that you're obligated by the law to have systems in place so that if you are incapacitated, it can happen to the best of us, there's backup. There's somebody who can follow through with your regulatory obligations, including your obligation to timely file for license. So even if the commission does vote, if you do waive your 90 days, and the commission does vote to reconsider this at a future meeting, there will be an added condition, at the very least, that you provide an explanation of what changes to your administrative capabilities you're making, so that this doesn't happen again. And I've often said this, this commission has a chair. If the chair can't make it to a meeting, the commission has a vice chair. This commission has an executive director. If she's unable to fulfill her duties, the commission has an assistant executive director. Commission has a general counsel. If I get hit by a truck, there's a plan in place. The Department of Education will lend us one of its deputies to be counseled to this agency while I recuperate. So you have to have something in place, and the commissioners are going to have to see that. Otherwise, you're not meeting the requirements of Standard 3. And I'm just saying this not to put you down, but just to make sure that you understand what the options are and how the institution has to proceed going forward if the commissioners choose to extend forbearance in that way.
I do understand your concerns, and I can promise you, I will try my absolutely best that this never happens again. I don't think I ever delay in submitting paperwork, and I will make sure that this does not repeat.
And can you speak on a different note? Can you speak to the pass rates for the PN program?
The PN program, I am encouraged. Our students are scoring 12 and 1300 in the exit, and starting March until last week, we already have 5 students who pass NCLEX on their first try. So, and I have some very promising students who will be taking it soon. So I do expect to get out of probation, Lord willing, next year.
Commissioners, I just want to raise some concerns here. I mean, I think that if we could separate just for a moment the question and challenge of adequate administrative support and structures and the ability to turn these things in a timely fashion, separate that from the consideration of the institution's ability to offer this program in a sustainable way and to have effective outcomes and quality education for its students. Let's just parse this for a moment here and to consider the indicators before us on each of these respective sides. As concerned as I am about the former, for the reasons discussed, I'm more concerned about the latter. And these are not things that are necessarily cured by additional paperwork. I'm concerned about the historic performance of the programs. I'm concerned about the working capital and the programs at hand. I'm concerned about some of the discrepancies requested in the documentation that should have been worked out long ago. These seem to be substantive. I like your thoughts on them. Many of you have more specialty in these programs than I do. So, I would like to hear from your expertise and impressions.
Well, again, as we talked about, my concerns also follow the same lines as far as the outcomes for the programs that they're currently operating under, regardless of the administrative deficiencies, so I don't know that I'm encouraged. But I would lean towards accepting staff recommendation in this matter.
Agree.
If I might offer just, and again, not a contrary recommendation, just an option to put it out there, just, so let it not be said that the commission, that you've not been well informed by council. There are alternatives. So if there are specific, this school is licensed to offer 6 programs, not just this PN program. So I certainly don't think that a denial solely based on the PN scores, there's other options this commission has. So for example, and this is just an example, and you can play around with this. Let's say the institution waives their 90 days. You can impose a limitation on enrollments, okay, pending the consideration of this application, or even order a temporary cessation of enrollments in the PN program specifically. And then maybe the commission revisits that matter at the September meeting, assuming the institution satisfies all other deficiencies. It's an option, okay? Just my point is, this commission can take targeted action. If it's inclined to grant institutional forbearance, it can take targeted action toward a particular program, if a specific program is where the concern is focused.
Well, it would be the PN and the CNA program, in my opinion, but
I believe that CNA program is closed, if the school would
Is it
like to
closed
speak
now?
to that. But it does look like their code, that 1576, that is closed with the Florida Board of Nursing. It looks like they have
Okay.
applied for a new program, but they have not applied for a program here at CIE.
got it.
If the institution would like to speak to that.
Yes, I did apply. We do have a new program, CNA 1720 with Board of Nursing. And I did submit the paperwork for the new program with CIE. I don't remember when, but when it was, when I received the email about the old program, I did submit the application for the new one. I can because I am out of state right now, but I can tell you or show you the application that I submitted. But we do have a new program, and the other one was closed. Last 2 terms, we score almost 100%, and we did much better. So Miss Owens was waiting for an explanation, I believe. So when I gave it to her, she said I had the option, restart a new one or let her close the other one. So I told her she could close the other one, but we did do better with the first one. So we currently have a second one.
Why did you close it, that program?
And it was on probation for the first year. The second year, the last 3 terms, we were in the 92%. We were in the 92%. It was better. So I had the option of keeping it or start a new one. So we just started a new one, just to, I guess, to start fresh.
And just from CIE's perspective, I do not have that application logged, so I don't see an application for NCNA, but I would be remiss not to state that this institution is on provisional anyway. They have a program that is on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing, and they will not be granted a program while they are on provisional status.
Can I just add that I don't know that we received an answer to our question about why the program was closed. If you have a program on probation and then you're improving, why would you close it to start a new same program?
The second year, we score in the 90s on the second and the third term. But what was communicated to me, our passing rate was slightly below, even with the higher 2 terms, the last 2 quarters, it was still slightly below the passing rate. It wasn't much, but it was slightly below the passing rate.
And maybe I'm looking at the wrong form, and I apologize. I'm looking at page 12 of the summary. I'm looking at, it doesn't even show me the whole year of data, but 2024, it shows 50% on an 88. And then Q25 of Q1 through 3, which I'm not sure why you're just showing the first 3 quarters, 61% on an 88. Am I looking at the right form? Or is there something else that shows what you're talking about as far as upward trend?
I'm not sure, but yes, we did have 92 quarter 3 and quarters 3 and 4. Yes. I don't
In the
have
form
it
that you
handy, but I
submitted,
can
yeah.
send it.
Yeah, I'm looking
I can
at on
send
the
it to
summary
you.
in front of me. Okay.
Madam, if I may, if the commission were to exercise, one more act of forbearance, are you willing to cease any new enrollments in the PN program? Teach who you have, but cease any new enrollments beginning today and through September 25th. And then,
Definitely.
okay, so
We
commissioners,
haven't had any enrollment since October of last year. We haven't had no PN since October of last year.
okay.
So definitely.
So commissioners, and, Commissioner Giuliano, this is related to the question you asked yesterday. So the reason I elicited that consent is so now, if the commission wants to, again, give her until, and again, this is just one option you have. You certainly have grounds to issue a denial, and this is an eminently defensible denial. But if you want to grant some grace, similar to the other institution we had, give the institution until no later than July 31st to satisfy each of these deficiencies and to address Standard 3, which will mean, Madam, that you will have to demonstrate to the commission that you have put new administrative systems or structures in place so that if you become incapacitated, the institution can, without interruption, continue to fulfill its regulatory responsibilities, okay? And then order an immediate cease and desist of any advertisement, enrollment, solicitation of students in the PN program, except to the extent the institution needs to teach out its current students, through from July 31st, okay? So not the date of your written order. I'm sorry, not July, excuse me, May 29th. Yes, the 29th? Yeah, from May 29th through September 25th, and provide that the commission will reconsider enrollment, any enrollment limitations at the September meeting in the PN program. That's an option.
Can I ask why? I think we just found out that there has been no PN enrollment since October. Why is that? Because that's 8 months ago now.
There is a decrease in enrollment. We just focus more on quality than quantity. Before it was quantity for us. Now we focus on more quality. So we're not rushing to have like 4 classes a year like we used to. We rather have one enrollment and make sure we have good students.
And so you haven't had an enrollment since October of last year?
October, we had a couple. No, actually, January, we had some. It was January, but we have a few in January that will go until January. But April, we did not, and July,
program.
we're not taking.
And so how many students do you have currently?
We have about maybe 20.
And which programs are they in?
PN. We don't have any CNA currently for the past 2 months.
Do you have students in any other program?
No, patient care and medical assistant, we never had students since license. So we don't have students in any other programs.
And you don't have any plans to have any students in patient care or medical assistant?
For some reason, patient care, no one's just, we haven't had any interest for patient care because what we were told, Florida, they don't use patient care. Students just do CNA and That's it. Once they finish the CNA, they go work as a CNA. They don't do much patient care tech in Florida.
Okay.
So no,
So you
we
have,
never had any enrollment in our patient care.
so you have 20 students in the PN program, and is that, now I'm getting confused. I'm maybe confusing myself. Is there 20 students in your PN program?
We have 20, but they are different modules, because we had maybe a group for October, a group in January. When you add them up, we have a group finishing up in July. So that's what add up to 20.
And financially, your financials, from what I can see, are razor thin at this point. If you were to have restrictions on enrolling more PN students, how would that affect you financially? Would you be able to make it?
We will, because we do have the funds to cover the school. Also, we have been approved for 7A modification loan in the amount of $350,000 that we expect to close soon. And that's to make changes in the school.
And that's a loan?
Yes, it's.
I don't think I'm familiar. I don't think I'm familiar with that loan. Can you explain that?
It's I don't have it in front of me. I don't know the exact term, but it's a loan they give you to make improvements. It's like an improvement loan with the SBA.
Oh, it's an SBA loan.
Yes. And it's in the amount of $350,000.
Can you speak to the administration of Doxa Academy? Other than you, what does your organizational chart look like as far as administration?
I have myself. I have a director of education. She has a master's in nursing. I also have a vice president. He's also has a master's in education, and we have instructors.
Is your vice president or your director of education not capable of completing CIE paperwork?
She's very capable. I've been the one who's been a little bit too protective, try to be the one handling everything, which I start to delegate more. But I definitely will involve her more. And that's one of the things she sometimes tell me, you have to let me help you. But yes, she's very capable.
Thoughts?
My opinion is I still would support the staff recommendations, not just because of the 10 issues here, but also because the historical trends that none of the programs have been successful as far as student outcomes. And on top of that, of all the programs listed that they have approved, they're only offering one, and there's no population in any of the others. I'm not quite sure I understand what I guess the purpose of extending it would be. I'm not trying to be contrary. We closed that one program because we weren't making it, but then we're going to go ahead and ask for another program of the same to be added. And then the historical pass rates of our current program is not great. So I guess I'm not sure what everyone else's opinion would be.
I tend to agree.
Well, I would put a motion in to accept staff recommendation as written.
At this point, it just seems like, pouring gas on fire, but the program's website should be purged of, prior to this point, should have been purged of programs that were already closed, and they're still listed there. For example, the CNA program. And there's also some discrepancies beyond the ones that are noted by staff on the financials. For instance, there's a note there that states that there aren't any events that have happened that would alter, the financials as presented. But at that point, one program had already been closed, another program had been put on probation. How would that not affect the prospect of the financials? Right. I mean, I'm very concerned about the financial sustainability given the current state of the various programs.
Commissioners, if the inclination is to deny the application, I am going to recommend pouring fuel on the fire. No, okay. I would recommend adding the 2 additional violations, namely the advertisement violations, continuing to advertise a closed program on the website, the CNA program, as well as a violation of Standard 3, based on the testimony we've heard. But that's completely up to you whether you want to add either or both of those.
I mean,
Commissioner Iuliano, Commissioner Caballero, where do you stand on this?
Also getting another loan, the ratios are going to be. I don't think financially we're going to get positive outcomes. Just getting an additional loan is going to carry a lot more debt. If we look at the balance sheet, there's very little assets, and also we have 2024 in front of us. What would 2025 look like if there's one less program and there's less enrollment? So I tend to agree with the other commissioners.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Chair. Administratively, it's a bit of a mess. There's just a whole page of things that have not been done. Financially, it's on very thin ice, and student outcomes are not good. So not a lot is working here. And I think if we just choke off programs one by one, or it's going to make things worse. And we've got to think of protecting the citizens of the state of Florida, the students first. So.
Right. So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
I think
the
I'm sorry, with or without the 2 additional violations?
I would say the addition of the advertising one is sufficient. What do you think, commissioners?
I'm just going to add. I'm just going to add that.
Commissioner.
I'm sorry. Just so we're clear, that if the institution petitions, okay, for an informal hearing, they're going to have the opportunity to correct, to the extent any of these can be corrected, deficiencies, and we're not going to be allowed to make any future approval conditioned on anything that's not in the notice of intent. So if you want to keep open the possibility of them eventually addressing the administrative issues, that needs to be placed in the notice of intent and voted on here and now.
So then in that case, let's include both. Commissioner Lin, you were, I believe, stating something, but you're muted.
Yeah, I would also want to add the condition that all programs that they have not offered since they've been approved at the CIE are removed from their approved list. One's home health aid, medical assisting, patient care tech, and phlebotomy. I guess if we're denying the license.
So they're approved programs right now. So we would ask the institution, well, if you're going to deny them, those programs go along with the license itself.
Okay. So the whole thing, okay.
Yes, but those programs are approved by the commission at this point.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I don't know if I was not clear. The only program I say we never operated was patient care and medical assistant. We've had enrollment in all of other programs, HHA, CNA, and phlebotomy. The only 2 we have not are the patient care and medical assistant. That's it. We just don't have any student this month, but we've had students since we've been licensed in the other programs.
I guess again, so what Mr. Horst said is it doesn't matter if we're going to be denying the annual license, so I guess that's not important, as important.
Okay, so do we have a motion with the two previously mentioned additions?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you for having discussions with us and entertaining our questions. Okay. This completes, I believe this completes this section. Is that right?
No.
Oh, we have two more.
Number
Sorry.
3. Yeah.
Yeah, we got two more. Sorry. I've marked this other sheet here. Give me 1 second. All right.
Jumping the gun.
We got number 3 here. Medical Institute of Palm Beach, number 3263. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise a digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Missy Lozada. I'm the campus director.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carl Williams. I'm the COO.
Afternoon. Is there anyone else on the call?
No.
Okay. Director Hurst, I believe that you suggested this one to be pulled, so could you initiate the conversation for us?
Yes, the institution is in front of you today for a substantive change due to their PN and CNA going on probation with the Florida Board of Nursing.
We were actually recently taken off probation for the CNA program on May 1st.
Director Hurst, could you maybe ask staff to look into the timing of the information that we have and provide some guidance on this?
So it may be that the Board of Nursing just hasn't updated their information yet. 1 second, please. Okay, you're back. So they did update it as of right now. So they are off of the probation from the CNA. They did actually have great scores in 2025. They were at 90.48%. So I'll remove all of the references to the CNA program being placed on probation, and that will just leave the PN program.
Great. Commissioners, any discussion?
What's the plan with the PN program? The scores are pretty low.
Yeah, so we did end the last quarter of 2025 with 100% pass rate. I believe it was 15 out of 15. And those were the students that we implemented. We took the commission's advice from our last meeting where the students were waiting too long to take their exam. That was our biggest problem. They would graduate, they'd wait 6 months to a year to take their NCLEX, and we saw a big, you could see from the numbers that it affected us. So now we encourage them to take it immediately. So most recently, our last quarter, we got together, we contacted all the students that were still pending from a while ago. We got them an NCLEX review. Unfortunately, half of them did not pass. It was 4 passed, 4 failed. As of this quarter so far, we're at 100%. We've had 8 students pass out of 8. So we do see progress and a big difference in our numbers since we were put on probation last February. And it seems we're in an upward trend at this point now that these students that were pending from 6 months to a year have taken them. So everyone now is current.
And kudos on the improvement of the scores in the other program. I mean, that's a significant achievement.
So for calendar year 26, what are you tracking right now as far as first attempt pass rate for 26?
So the first quarter, it was we're at 50%. It was 8 students took it, 4 passed, 4 failed. So far for this quarter, it was 8 students have taken it and 8 students have passed. But we've
And then do you
noticed
know how many you're projecting for the rest of the year, as far as how many
There's
graduates are coming out?
26 students that will be graduating.
That are currently in the program.
So we
Yeah, you're at
now,
you're at 75% right now, and if you do what you did in Q2, you're gonna land the year pretty strong.
yeah, that's our plan. The changes that we've made, like I said, we've seen a huge improvement. With the students, student engagement, we offer remediation now. We catch it before it becomes a problem, more frequently.
I'm going to ask you this question, which is 2022 is 41%, 23 is 59, 24 is 48%. So institutionally, why does it take this long for you to institute all those changes?
Well, I did not come on board until May of 2022. Same thing with Carl, who's here with me.
Right.
So we had a lot of students that we had, at the time, there was probably 12 classes going. So we've cut back since then significantly. We only offer 8 classes a year, and that's day and night. So 4 during the day, 4 during the night per year.
They also did not have any kind of an exit plan for the students when they were graduating. So we were still dealing with students that graduated, that were coming back to take the boards. We didn't even know who they were, but they were coming back taking the boards, and they were really affecting our numbers, possibly for the first 1 to 2 years when we started.
And Commissioners, the 24-25 numbers that we have in front of us show that this school enrolled or had enrolled 202 students in the PN program.
Has any of this affected your accreditation with COE?
No, we just had our reaffirmation last year, and we were given 6 years with no findings.
Mr. Chair, I'm okay with the amended staff recommendation.
Is there any public comment related to this institution? All right, hearing none, may I have a motion for the amended staff recommendation?
May I ask a question real quick? I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Is the commission suggesting to limit enrollment in this program?
I don't think we even discussed that. Is that in the?
It is not. I just heard a couple of questions about the enrollment numbers. Right now, it appears that they have 8 classes and they had 202 students. So they're running what it appears would be about 25 students per cohort or per class.
I think if we take them at their word and they're 8 for their last 8 and then Q2, it might be worth letting this play out and see what happens. But that's just my thoughts.
And that we have cut back on enrollments. We have smaller class sizes now. The most we have is 15 per class, and currently we only have 98 LPN students.
Okay. Sounds like they self-limited.
We want to fix it before we increase enrollments.
I agree. I'm inclined to let this pan out given the upward trend.
So I'd like to make a motion for the amended staff recommendation amended to delete the CNA program, considering it's off probation now.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right. Thank you. And thank you for being here and answering our questions.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, so I think I got it right when I say we're at the end of this section now.
No.
You have
Nope.
one more, number
No?
5.
Oh, that's right. All right, number 5. There it is. Okay.
It's getting late.
Getting late. Well, I'll make sure you guys are paying attention here. Okay. All right. So Tony's Academy LLC, number 7919. I already have it open here. It's about the ownership. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Isaac. I'm the director, and I'm on the call with Angel, the owner and president.
Hi, this is Angel Maldonado. My pleasure.
Dr. Hurst, given the questions related to ownership and the staff recommendation, is the person on the call the previous owner or the non-transferred owner, or could you help situate this for us?
We are looking in our system. Could you state the names again? I heard 2 different names.
My name is Isaac Vargas, and I'm the director of the school, and Angel Maldonado is the purchaser from Antonia Hernandez.
And I'm Angel Maldonado. I'm here. Miss Antonia is not in the call.
So given the staff recommendation here, are we to treat their comments as public comments?
So correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Vargas, you are the program director?
Correct.
You were the program director under the previous ownership, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay, so you're just the new one for
Angel Maldonado. When he purchased it, he brought me on board to oversee the school, and with coming from the private sector with my business experience, he told me he had to need to oversee this. But I had nothing to do with Tony's Academy before the purchasing.
Okay, and when were you brought in? What was your date that you were brought into this?
May of 2025.
Okay, so is there any representatives on the line who were with Tony's Academy LLC?
No.
We should also have in the call Mr. Bob Harris. He's our representative counselor. I don't know if he's still here.
Mr. Harris, are you on the line?
I am right here.
Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Harris, is there any representative from Tony's Academy LLC?
No, all my conversations have been with the purchaser of the institution, Mr. Maldonado and Mr. Vargas. And so, no, have not communicated with or heard anything from the prior owner of this institution.
Oh, I said.
So, if I'm allowed to speak.
Well, let's see what questions they may have, but
Okay.
Yeah, this Director and Mr. Chairman, yeah, this is and I have talked to Mr. Johnson about this. It's kind of an unusual situation in the sense that they purchased this institution, some time ago, and frankly, and it does happen. Sometimes schools get bought and sold, and there's always been an issue. As many of those sales I've been involved with the years is, do you do it all contingent upon getting commission approval, and sometimes you move forward, and so. But in this particular case, the transaction did take place.
Why didn't the institution just, the new owners, just apply to open a new school? That's what I'm trying to, wouldn't that have been the easiest thing? Would be, they purchased the assets of Tony's. Tony's conducted an improper closure because they changed ownership without getting prior commission approval. And they're not anywhere to be found or seen.
Yeah, I was not involved back in the time that the transaction took place, but again, it is not unusual for institutions to be purchased and then they seek approval of the commission. So that's not
correct.
unusual. I've been involved with both, but what I can tell you is that in this particular case, that most of the dealings with from the staff in terms of what is necessary and so forth have been with the new owners. And so again, Mr. Hernandez has not been involved for some time, so they have just proceeded because that's who the staff has been dealing with the staff operating at the school that they bought. So, yeah, again, Mr. Hernandez, I have had no dealings with him whatsoever.
Mr. Harris, right now we're having an issue because we are unable to contact the previous owners. So we're having difficulties with the fact that our new owners, until this commission approves, or if they choose to approve an ownership change, then the new owners would be responsible for providing the annual license materials. The old owners are still responsible at this time for providing the annual license materials because we have not had a ownership change approved. So they are in a cycle at this point that currently the staff recommendation in front of you is to deny this ownership change because of the items in front of you, and the previous owners are now gone and they are not providing documents to us for their annual license. So that's where we were having the conversation of this might be a better idea if the institution is open to it, withdrawing this ownership. Well, these individuals should not have submitted the ownership application, but closing out this ownership application and these individuals applying for a new school, and it will be under their name that they would like to have it. They would be the owners of record. They would get to choose their staff and directors. From my understanding, there's no students currently enrolled. Is that correct?
There is.
There are students? How many students are enrolled?
Currently, we have 13.
And just so we're clear, the reason we don't know that is because the institution has not renewed its license in almost 2 years. And as you know, Mr. Harris, as you heard yesterday, the commission is now filing administrative complaints against institutions that have not been renewing their licenses. Let me ask this: who paid the application fees for this change of ownership? Is it your current clients, Mr. Harris, or the old owners? Do we know?
Yeah, again, I wasn't involved, but I'm sure they can answer the question. Mr. Vargas and Mr. Maldonado, do you know if those funds came from your corporation?
From my understanding, Angel was responsible for all of the fees.
Yeah.
Who's Angel? Is that the old owner?
That is the new current owner and president, Angel Maldonado. Angel Maldonado purchased it from Mrs. Antonia Hernandez.
Mr. Harris, how would this sound? And I've posed this idea to the executive director. What if we let the dead bury their dead? Okay, let Tony's leave Tony's alone. Okay, we'll deal with Tony's as probably an improper closure. All right, and what if your client applied for a new school, and we credited the fees they've already paid? We'll credit that toward their new school application.
Yeah, what are you going to do with the 13 students?
And if they do that, the 13 students, they can transfer. Perhaps,
I was just going to say, I understand where your thinking is going. And I don't have any problem with if you will credit them for what they've already paid. Again, they've been very responsible. They've paid these things and move forward. But if you'll credit those things and not require them to, in essence, to close, they've been operating and providing services and doing training and doing all the right things by the students. And so as long as they're allowed to continue and get that application in as soon as they can, I will assist them with that. And then get onto an agenda as soon as possible.
So Mr. Harris, what if they just ceased, advertising and ceased new enrollments? We'll approve it as a teach out. Okay, they teaching out the students currently enrolled. Okay, and in turn, your clients are not going to be on the hook for the prior misconduct of Tony's Academy.
Well, again, I understand, but in essence, you are making them responsible for that because you're saying you have to stop your institution from having students or having income. And there's
They don't.
if they applied today, it could be January, knowing the schedule of the commission, it could be January before they're back on the agenda and
They
not
don't
having
have
any
an
income at this time.
institution.
Well,
Yeah.
Bob,
They bought an institution that was being shut down, that was 2 years past its annual renewal. So I mean, unfortunately for them, and I don't doubt that the new ownership is full of energy and ready to go and wants to do a good job, but they basically bought a broken down car and like how. So my question is, if you let this happen, what's to keep everybody or other people from doing this in the future? Like, don't go to the CIE. Let me pick up that old license, and then I'll just ask for forgiveness later.
Well, first of all, I don't think they're asking for forgiveness, but the bottom line is I want to get it to the point where it's correct, as Mr. Junta said, trying to get it to the point is correct. The only problem is I don't think they've done anything purposely wrong, so I don't think they should be punished for that. But the bottom line is get it to the point where it's right. So for example, if you said, all right, get your application in, transfer these students to your institution, make sure they're trained, and then keep the commission advised about other students so you'll know, and get them, if they get this application in, can they get something, maybe get on the July agenda and resolve the problem at that time. And that's an in-person meeting. They'll be here and you can question them whatever way you want. But that seems to be to solve the problem and not kind of put this school in a bad situation that they can't recover from, which is nobody wants.
So, Mr. Harris, staff advised that, now that this school, it's unfortunate that it didn't have your sage counsel when they started this process, but they do now, and they're going to be well assisted. We could expedite this application, and
Right.
Assuming it's reasonably complete, I see no reason we can't put it on the September meeting.
Well, again, that's fine. But again, if you're talking about shutting down any new students, most institutions just cannot survive without income coming in. And again, it's what they do. And they haven't, again, purposely certainly done anything wrong. They've just communicated and operated the institution that they believe they bought. And so my concern is just trying to limit them as if they have somehow done something wrong by stopping the income from coming in. Because the next thing you're going to be looking at are financials, and the financials are not going to be good. I can just tell you this, that just so you'll know, it's not relevant to your question, but Mr. Maldonado in the community is a highly, highly regarded in the field. And so it's, to me, I'm just going to tell you my personal view is Mr. Maldonado is the type of person leading this type of institution that the commission wants. And because I've looked at his background and it's, again, he's the type of person that we want that is highly regarded in his community. So let's not do anything to punish them. Let's just get them licensed, properly licensed, and make sure these students are taken care of in the meantime.
Is there any relation to the former president of FIU, Maldonado?
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I was wondering.
Yeah.
And so, Mr. Harris, let me ask you a question. So we
Yes,
talked
ma'am.
about that your clients can take on a new school and that they're very capable of teaching these students. Can you explain to this commission why they have not complied with the 5 contingencies? I mean, we've reached out several times, and we are still missing the financial statement for the parent company, the pro forma balance sheet, the opening day balance sheet, the financial statements of the controlling principals, the executed bill of sale.
Yeah, I'm going to let Mr. Vargas or Mr. Maldonado, because they're the ones who had received those communications before I got involved. But those are things that the commission should be expected to be provided. Mr. Vargas and Mr. Maldonado, can you address those?
Thank you, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the question, Director Hurst. According to your question, a lot of those financials are for the calendar year 2024. So it was the 2024 calendar year. We purchased it in 2025. The taxes and all the financials had to be done by Miss Antonia and Miss Antonia Hernandez. she has not fulfilled her duties according to the sales contract, that to fulfill the taxes due the income statement, the balance sheet on a timely basis, which is why we have not done your standard 5, as you have said, in the sales agreement to do a bill of sale, because the terms and conditions in the sales contract that was written up in section 8 page, section 8.3 page 2, as you have shown, were not fulfilled in the financials. So therefore, there's nothing to close on. She hasn't done her due diligence.
So have you actually purchased this business?
We have a sales agreement. As far as an actual close, we have been making payments on it, but it seems like this is one of those gray areas where, yes, it's purchased. No, it's not purchased without a bill of sale. She hasn't done her due diligence. She needs to finish these taxes because we weren't in the picture to do these taxes. We had to do a close of books, open of books with our accounting company to make sure that anything before that is her responsibility. Coming from this point forward is us, and we couldn't do a lot of the financials because the financials weren't never done for calendar year 2024.
Look, here's the fact of the matter. Okay, here's the fact of the matter. Licenses don't transfer. So just because you purchase the assets of a licensee doesn't mean that you've purchased their license. That's not how the law works. And from what we're hearing here, the very ownership of the assets of the institution are in question. We don't know who even owns this thing. We don't know if somebody is going to make a claim on it and what impact that's going to have on students or the institution's operations. This is no, Commissioner, it's your call.
Yeah. We don't even, this is not even an executed purchase, I guess, is my confusion even more than before. And I know there's no malintent, but how could we allow students to continue to enroll in a school that we don't even know who the primary ownership is, and we don't have an approved school and they haven't renewed their annual in 2 years? I don't know how we would, or in any school, we would allow that to continue to happen. And it's not about intent. I'm sure there's no malintent, but that doesn't also excuse or being complicit in allowing students to be enrolled into a school that's not recognized, or we don't even know who the owner is. I don't think that we're trying to be punitive. I think we're just trying to be responsible.
Yeah, Commissioner, I understand that, and but again, what I'm trying to do is the facts are this has occurred, and the old owner is gone and not being cooperative. So the best, it seems to me, with the situation is trying to get them into compliance as quickly as possible. That's why Mr. Jensen's suggestion of applying for a license and getting that done as soon as possible, including all the things that are conditional. Even though if she's not providing the tax information, they may have to get to you basically financial information based upon Mr. Maldonado's personal finances, as well as even if it's a partial, how are they doing financially, so you know they have the resources. I think that would all be reasonable, but just trying to get to the point where, knowing the situation, how do we get to the point as quickly as possible that they are in compliance and students are taken care of?
Can we have a clarification? I'm sorry, Mr. Harris. Is this a brick and mortar school, or is this one of these entirely online things? Institutions?
It's brick and mortar. We have a physical location that we do all the beauty, cosmetology, barbering, estheticians, and nails.
Are you is the High Class Academy, or I'm sorry, what is the corporation that owns High Class Academy? I don't know. What's the company, the corporate entity?
It's Tony's Academy, but we filled out a DBA as High Class Academy.
Okay, is the building owned or is it leased? I mean, is it owned by? Okay, so it's leased. Whose name is on the lease? Is it Tony's Academy LLC?
Angel will have to speak to that.
Yes, it's Tony's Academy LLC.
So you bought the LLC. You did not buy the assets. You bought the company.
Correct.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
So this was not an asset purchase. They bought the company with the history With the whole
Correct.
history, which means if there's any tax liabilities from previous years, they bought that too. Anything that
No,
hadn't been
that
done for the
was
last 5 years, they bought that as well.
we purchased that with the intention on the sales contract. We told her that she's responsible for any discrepancy in taxes.
We don't even have an executed purchase right now, though, do we? Do we? I mean, I don't even think we have a completed purchase.
Not a completed purchase, but we have I did
So it's not a
upload and
purchase.
submit the sales agreement.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
you have
so,
you have a purchase agreement, but it's not, in other words, you have an executed purchase and sale agreement, but you're saying because of what she hasn't provided, it's not completed.
Wait,
Correct.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
but do we? I mean, there's only one signature on it.
that's right, yeah.
It's mine, Angels Maldonado.
No.
Yeah,
wait.
but
Yeah.
doesn't an agreement require both parties to sign it?
Yes, unless there's a provable oral contract, but not one that I've ever seen. I would counsel against this commission accepting
Do you-
oral contract.
Mr. Maldonado, do you have one with her signature on it?
Yes, we have
Yes,
it.
we do.
Okay. Well, I agree with their point. When the last version I saw was a version without her signature on it. But based on your representation, I've heard that it was executed by her. So that's one of the things we're going to have to make sure we do, regardless of what happens today, is get them the version with that her signature as well.
Look, Mr. Harris, let's be realistic, all right? If the commission votes to accept staff recommendation as is, and it's pretty draconian, even if, and I'm, it'll take well over 4 months for us to litigate this, okay? So instead, what the executive director is proposing, and I think is very gracious, and I think it balances out, the interests of both the would-be applicant and the existing students and the public, is to withdraw our, is that we go forward with the staff recommendation, okay, essentially, but without prejudice to your client. And I'll work that into the notice of intent without any prejudice to Mr. Maldonado and I'm sorry, I didn't get the second name, but without prejudice to your clients. I'll work with you, Mr. Harris. Okay, so without prejudice to your clients, you get your client in a reasonably complete new school application. The commission will credit any fees already paid by your client. Okay, I think that's extremely gracious, and we're going to base that on a very generous construal of the powers of the executive director and the commission. Credit those fees, and I've already been assured by staff that if this is a reasonably complete application, they'll have a license in 4 months, in September. And yes, with the cease of, you can't enroll new students while a new school application is pending. But they can train out the current students, and if the current students have a tuition obligation, a continuing tuition obligation, they can continue to receive funds that way.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you have something else you're doing? I saw that the chairman is pushing it along and hoping to win on any other schools, but, which I understand. Do you have a few minutes that I can talk to my clients?
Sure. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no, and pushing
I would
it along
recommend
wasn't,
that, yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
intentional. It was a byproduct of shuffling.
I got it. I get it. You have several papers in front of you. I don't know how you do it.
Well,
to begin with. I get it.
yeah, so there's one that's a
it's
script,
pretty close to
there's
the
one
end.
with the agenda, there's another one with my notes, and there's another
As soon as
one
you write
with
on
the.
it. Yeah, as soon as,
Mr. Harris,
what is
how much time do you need
Yeah.
to confer with your client?
yeah, just 5 minutes if I could.
Okay.
And if y'all could do something else, and I will unmute and I'll have them unmute as well. Okay? If
You know
you'll
what,
allow me to do that.
Vice Chair
Yeah.
Stefano, can we take a recess of 10 minutes? I need a smoke break anyways at this point.
Amen.
Okay, thank you.
Eric, I've told you about smoking. It's not healthy for you.
Okay.
I've told you that many
It's
times.
vape. I vape menthol, okay? But
I know.
so
I told you the same thing. All right.
Right.
Thank you. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks.
thank you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll take a short recess until 3:55.
Thank you.
3:53.
I would request the extra 2 minutes of
We're almost there. Let's go.
3:55.
Hold on.
Okay.
What do you want? Yep, he's calling me right now.
Commissioners, we are back.
All right. And if you see me differently on here, the power just went out and it just came back on, but I have to wait for the router to reset. So I'm on my cell phone here. Believe one of the other commissioners had a similar issue earlier. But now that we're back, Mr. Harris, did you have time to confer with your client?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Okay, good. It didn't have
Yes.
the unmute yourself at the top, so yeah. Yes, I've talked to Mr. Vargas and Mr. Maldonado, and what Mr. Junta suggested is fine. Credit what they've already paid. They will get an application for a new program as soon as possible, get on the September agenda. They'll answer any questions that the staff has, of course, during that process and be quick about it. And then in the meantime, not enroll any students into the program until that time. And they're committed to doing that. And the feeling was, frankly, let's just start over and get this done right. So.
Okay, great. Mr. Junta, could you suggest if it's sufficient for us to make the motion based upon your previous stipulations?
Yeah,
Or
so
if,
let's go with staff recommendation. Let's add, because I don't think anyone's going to oppose it. Let's add an orderly closure. Order the institution, Tony's Academy, to conduct an orderly closure. Okay. So to be clear, the folks on the phone now, as far as we're concerned, are not Tony's Academy, the licensee. They're new people. Okay. So we're going to order the institution to conduct an orderly closure. I will make it very clear in this notice of intent that this is entered without any prejudice to Misters Maldonado or Vargas. We'll provide in the order that fees tendered as part of this application will be credited to a new school application. Mr. Maldonado, are you in actual possession right now of the student records that once belonged to Tony's Academy?
Yes, I do. I do have all the records for all the students.
Okay. We're going to ask that those be tendered to the commission as soon as possible.
No problem.
Okay. And, okay, I think that's everything.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you talk about a closure. A closure means a lot of things, as you know. And so when you talk about closing, it sounds like what you're telling the people who are operating this institution to shut the doors, not continue their education.
No.
I know, but let me finish. So, I mean, a closure involves lots of things. Like you said, you mentioned, for example, student records. The records, like in any other closure, since they'll be continuing to be teaching out the students that are currently there, they will need to have those records there for those students. Once they complete their training, they could certainly, like they're doing any other closure, send all those records to the commission. But it sounds to me like more you're talking about is a teach out of those students and all the things that go with a teaching out of that prior owner of the program. A closure involves a lot of things. For example, closing the doors, stopping, getting rid of signage, all those things. That's all I'm trying to clarify. Is a closure is much, much more than teaching out those existing students, and they don't have to get rid of their equipment. They don't have to do any of that kind of stuff. So that's all.
I don't believe that's what a closure, what an orderly closure entails. It just means that Tony's Academy is going to cease to exist. Tony's Academy.
Yeah. Remember, Tony's Academy LLC is what they bought. Mm-hmm. And so saying Tony's Academy LLC will cease to exist it's not true. That's the entity that they purchased. And so the company will continue to exist, but the obligation is on them, Mr. Maldonado and Mr. Vargas, to apply for a new license with that same company. It's the company that he now he's purchased. And so he will continue that. But I think the important thing is to separate between Ms. Antonio Hernandez will have that obligation to do all those things. But I don't think you're saying shut down Tony's Academy LLC, because that is the current, by contract, entity that's operating this institution.
Which does lead to, if we do this process and they have purchased Tony's Academy LLC and they turn around and start a new school with that same LLC, but in turn the commission goes after the prior owner with that same name, is there going to be confusion?
Why don't you have them establish, I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, why don't you have?
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question, Commissioner's question first. You're absolutely right. That's the problem. I'm concerned about that confusion, because mentioning Tony's, now they have a DBA, that wasn't the DBA, but again, it's the same entity, so it would create some confusion, it seems to me.
You got to be careful if you do an improper closure of an LLC that is also applying for a new school.
Right, exactly. That's the difficulty. If it was just an asset purchase, then yeah, then you close out Tony's Academy LLC and that's their problem. But in this case, they purchased the company. I mean, in my view,
can't they establish a different LLC and have that LLC apply under doing business as High Class Academy for a new school?
Well, as you know, creating a new entity and starting a new entity and trying to get financials from that entity and all that kind of stuff is a much longer term, because that's the entity they purchased, and because we'll probably have a chance of getting financials based upon that existing entity a lot quicker than creating a new one and transferring all those assets from the LLC. You're talking about, considerable expense potentially and time consuming. I'm not sure it's just worth that. The bottom line is they have to stop what they're doing. They'll continue to do that. You're going to reach out to Antonio Hernandez and do whatever you need to do, but they're going to move forward with Tony's Academy LLC and apply under that name as the new owners of that entity. It just seems to be the cleanest way to do it.
I don't know if that's the quickest way to do it. It's not the cleanest.
Well, there is no clean way, as you know. You've been through this many times. Anytime you buy and sell a school, you've done that many times. But it's just, I think the idea of having a closure order for Tony's Academy LLC, when that's the entity that's going to be applying and has been operating, and that's the financials you're going to get and all that stuff. So.
And Mr. Harris, just clarify for me, because if they're going to apply as Tony's Academy LLC, does that mean at the time that they apply that all of this bill of sale has gone through?
Well, that's something that I can tell you this. I thought about this in the middle of the conversation. We're going to figure out this whole bill of sale thing, and they have got to finalize that and with Ms. Hernandez. And so that's part of my view is part of what we need to provide to you is a closure on that asset purchase agreement with a bill of sale. Even frankly, if it's executed, we've got to find a way to get that to you all. And that's part of our list of obligations, I think.
Bob, it might end up being faster for you to start your own LLC than it will be to track down that old owner and fully execute this agreement. So you might want to try both avenues. Forming an LLC does not take a lot of time or energy or money, frankly.
No, it doesn't. It's just a question of moving them from one entity to the other. And I will talk to my client, and it may be that is the way to do it. I'm just saying, I just don't want there to be a requirement. But you're right. Tracking down the old owner may be difficult, but I have people.
They're probably more expensive than the $125 for an LLC. I'm just.
Look,
you're absolutely
right. Mr. Harris, I still think we need to order the old school because Tony's Academy LLC doing business as Tony's Academy is in violation of Florida law. Okay, and we're about to put the hammer down on it so that it's this commission is fully informed if heaven forfend the now former or quasi-former owners come back because they want to operate a new school. We need to have the requisite findings on the record so future commissioners can act on that.
Yeah. Well, let me
We'll
comment on
provide,
that.
we will provide that in no events will Misters, Isaac Vargas or Angel Maldonado suffer prejudice from any finding of improper closure.
I understand, but let me tell you, that, and I helped write that statute years ago. The statute is meant for the individuals. That's why you have, for example, background checks focused on the individual, not necessarily the company. And so to me, I thought your efforts were going to be against the prior owners, those individuals, for not closing.
Correct,
Not
correct.
necessarily, yeah, so that's,
Okay.
that's why I'm thinking, go after them, and you have every right to do that by the law,
Okay.
but not necessarily Tony's Academy LLC, which is now owned by somebody else.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Harris, I think you'll be pleased by what comes out of this in terms of the writing. Your current clients will not suffer any prejudice, and you and I will work on wording that is mutually
That's fine.
agreeable.
If we could do that, that'd be great. I just
Of
don't want
course.
to talk about closure and they're going to continue operating. That's all. But I appreciate that.
So that's the
That
motion.
still leaves the question of the motion.
So the motion is staff recommendation. There's no other way to do this than yes, we're going to order the school, and the school is Tony's Academy LLC, doing business as Tony's Academy. That institution is going to conduct an orderly closure that will entail the teach out of the students. No prejudice to Misters Vargas and Maldonado. If there is a finding of improper closure, Mr. Harris, we will work on the language of that, okay, and make it very clear. Obviously, we're not going to do any finding that's to the prejudice of a school we're giving a new license to.
Yeah.
And then, I think that's it. The commission also ordering that fees tendered in pursuit of this change of ownership application shall be applied to a new school application from the new owners of the LLC. And that any student records that are in actual possession of the new owners shall be tendered upon completion of the teach-out.
Okay, that's fine. We can do that.
And that is is that it? Okay, that's it. And that is the motion.
All right.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries.
Okay. You all, thank you very much for your time and again, your patience. I know you've got a long day and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. So we have 4 more in this section. I'm just kidding. All right. Okay. All right. Section N is branch campus applications. There are no items in this section. Section O on the agenda is name change applications, and there are no items in this section. There are no agent training programs in section P. Is there a motion to accept the reports for sections 16 through 19? That is program terminations, approved applicant letters, licenses sent, and closed school reports by consent.
Sure.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. At this time, we'll take any comments from the commissioners. Do any of the commissioners have any comments they wish to share?
Great job, Jordan.
Great job filling in, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's tough to fill in on a Zoom call when you don't have people sitting next to you helping you out. So good job.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. And I just want to give an extended sense of gratitude to Director Hirsch and to Mr. Junta and to all the staff. The packets that we prepare are just incredibly thorough and well documented, and it's an intense labor, and it's just really appreciated. And it's great to see the effect that it has, downstream when schools are doing well and serving the constituents that we're committed to serving. So just really grateful for that.
Agreed.
All right, if there's nothing else, I'd like to thank you all for joining us today. Our next meeting is scheduled for July 30th to the 31st, 2026. I look forward to seeing everybody there. With no further business to come before the commission, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
See you, everybody.